Any mistakes this year, that's for sure, but you never know. You could get a late caution flag. Anything can happen on a restart. We saw Kwasniewski lose the lead on the restart.
Well, we're inside 10 laps to go, and Kwasniewski may have trouble holding on to second place. Moses Smith seems to be gaining on him.
We saw Moses Smith earlier, several laps ago, a number of laps ago, into the outside wall. Does not appear to have slowed his car down any. He's been able to get by his teammate Eric Holmes and open up a bit of a gap. And right now, within a couple, 3 car lengths of Kwasniewski for second.
Dylan Kwasniewski has led more laps than anybody else here tonight. You saw 125. He's been out front. But the one you want to be out front is the 200th at the end. And right now, Greg Pursley has control as the laps continue to wind down.
Right now, Greg Pursley saying, please, no caution flags. Let this thing go green with only 5 to go.
Well, it has been great to see the West Series return to this historic track. And they may just see another win by a guy who has dominated the series this year like nobody we can remember in recent memory, Greg Pursley.
We saw Eric Holmes have a great season last year to win the championship. And what, Eric won 5 or 6 races last year?
He did.
Which was an incredible season. And here, Greg Pursley is going for 6 out of 8.
4 laps remain. And Greg Pursley maintaining his lead.
Ooh, Jason Frazier was running up in the top 10, and he spins. That's going to cost him a top 10 spot. There it is right there, running right behind Neyma Lang in the 07 car.
He had run not only in the top 10 and the top 5 for a good part of this race. 3 to go now. And Kwasniewski is not gaining any ground on Pursley.
I think Greg Pursley ran this race so smart. He had that flat tire in the first segment, got back to the top 5 for the halftime break, and then just methodically took his time till he was able to take advantage on a restart and wrestle the lead away from his teammate.
2 to go. You see teammates there. Moses Smith and Eric Holmes doing battle.
Looks like Moses is going to be able to hold off Eric Holmes here. He's got 2 or 3 car lengths on him right now.
And another top 5 run for Moses Smith, who has not had a bad season there. The battle for 7th, Smith in 2nd in the points. I mentioned Neyma Lang.
Racing up in the top 10. 1 lap to go, Mike.
White flag is out for Greg Pursley. Can he hold off his teammate Dylan Kwasniewski?
As a lap car to deal with, Michael Self. Michael's going to move way over to the inside.
Here comes Pursley. This would be win number 6 of the season. He has an unbelievable lead in the points, and he's going to take the checkered flag 6th time this year. That is absolutely incredible.
The 2011 season rolls on for Greg Pursley.
Well, he's having a year like no other, and we'll be back to talk with the winner in a moment.
Speed invades Indy for live Sprint Cup practice and Camping World Truck Qualifying. Then, special guest Pastor Joe Nell stops by NASCAR trackside. It all begins today with Sprint Cup practice at 1 Eastern on Speed. Speed is home to the roughest racing in NASCAR. It's edge of your seat excitement. Catch the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series all season long, live on Speed.
Kim and James are what you might call overly protective, especially behind the wheel. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, Allstate gives them a bonus twice a year for being safe drivers. Dollar per dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate.
It's time for the Rent-A-Center clearance event.
Needs a little more punch, Troy. Save up to 50% on select items at Rent-A-Center Clearance Mania.
That's what I said.
So you think you can hang with us? Then you'll have to endure some bumper-to-bumper traffic. Deal with some tough customers getting up in your grill. And and get into a few scrapes. And to those who don't expect us to go all out on every lap, we've got one word for you. Tough.
This may have been Greg Pursley's most impressive performance coming back from a flat tire. Let's go down to victory lane.
Well, it seems like nothing can stop the Pursley Express. 6 wins this year. He picks it up today at the Evergreen Speedway here in Washington. The ice water starts flying. Boy, that ice water's really cold. But, Greg, another win, a come-from-behind win today.
Unbelievable. I just can't say enough about my Gene Press Motorsports guys. I can't believe we got a flat at the first 100 there and came in and put an old tire on it and got back up to 5th there in the first 100 and tried to save it, keep the fenders on it, and we made a few adjustments there at the 100 and put new tires on it, and man, we got it back up there a second, and I can't say enough about my teammate Dylan, man. That kid can drive. He can drive. He's gonna give me a fit here in a while.
I was just gonna ask you about your teammate. Quite a battle with him. How frustrating was it to rub fenders with him?
It was awesome. It was awesome. The kid can drive. He's 16 years old. A little more seat time, and I'm going to have big problems here, but that's a good thing to have, having a teammate like that. And I can't say enough about Gene Press Motorsports. 2 cars here, run up front. The guys do an awesome job at the shop, and I just can't thank Gene and Jamie Price enough.
See the results here. Teammates, you can never overemphasize how much having that second car helps, too. Twice the information.
Moses Smith and Eric Holmes' teammates finished 3rd and 4th. Well, Dylan Kwasniewski is now with Derek. Well, let's head back downstairs.
Well, it's a second-place finish for Dylan Kwasniewski in the 03 car. You got to be happy, but you still look a little disappointed.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy with the second place, but I mean, we had that win in the bag. We ran up front, and I knew we were just right there with Greg, but then I screwed up on that last restart. I missed a shift, and I think that's what did it. But I mean, Greg put up a great fight. He was being aggressive, and he was definitely scaring me because he was back there the entire time. But the Rockstar Energy drink forward was awesome, and I couldn't ask for a better crew.
Still say he's going to win a race before the season's over.
That came awfully close tonight here. Moved up to the 7th in points, too, after missing a race.
Right, really, no race in the points there at all. Greg Pursley has it under control. Our next race is going to be from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire, Thursday, August 4th. And that's always fun to watch. For now, though, in the West Show, it has been all Greg Pursley. Coming back from a flat tire, then overtaking his teammate to take the win in 6th of the season. For Derek Prenosiglio and Phil Parsons, Mike Hogwood here saying so long from Evergreen Speedway.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Your NASCAR weekend on Speed begins now. Presented in high definition by Funai.
The Sprint Cup Series is back on track. After a well-deserved weekend off, it is time for practice number 1 of 2 today at the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we prepare for the Brickyard 400. With 7 races to go before the chase, we are racing at one of the world's most famous sporting venues, and at the end of this weekend is a whole lot of money and a whole lot of prestige for NASCAR's top series as the best in the business get set to battle with the Brickyard. Hello, everybody. I'm John Roberts alongside of Larry McReynolds and Jeff Hammond. And Larry Mack, you know, there's all kinds of racetracks, all kind of different venues we go to throughout the year. But there's just something special about this place and something special that goes along with winning here.
Well, there's no question. I think it's the most famous speedway, not just in our country, but the entire world. But quite honestly, no different than Pocono next week or Loudon 2 weeks ago. If you can lead the most laps and win the race here on Sunday, it's max points at 48 points. But we had an off week. We took a little bit of a breath, and now we got got 17 weeks in a row, but this is where I think all the teams, they try to bring everything that they've learned over the first 19 weeks of racing, and you try to put it in one package, because this track takes everything there is to get around here and be fast, and you leave here hoping that this is the package you can carry into these final 17 races and win some races and be competitive.
And Jeff Hammond, many of the winners here have gone on to win the championship. What is it about winning at the Brickyard that can propel you to a championship?
JR, it's perfection. That's what it is. When you come to this racetrack, folks, you've got to have the best engine. You've got to have the best aerodynamics, best handling car. Your crew's got to be flawless, and your driver, he's got to be able to nail every point on this racetrack. I mean, it's a very challenging racetrack. So if you're able to be perfect here, win here at Indy, you can parlay that into a championship, because that's what it takes a lot of times to win a championship. You have to be perfect when it matters over the final 10 races. Good starting place right here at Indy.
4 of the last 6 Brickyard winners have gone on to win the championship. Now, granted, 3 of those times it was Jimmy Johnson. And when you talk about perfection, that's exactly what they put together. But, of course, you got to be perfect to win here, Larry Mack, and that starts right now with this first practice.
Well, and Jeff hit the nail on the head. When you look at these 4 straightaways, 2 straightaways that are 5/8 of a mile long, and not 2 ends of the racetrack, you have 4 corners. And so you double almost everything that you have at every other racetrack, and you've got to have that good low torque to get off the corner. Nice top-end horsepower to get down these long straightaways, and in corners that only has 9 degrees of banking, that you're carrying an awful lot of speed into turn 1 and turn 3.
They call that Fan Canyon, one of the most unique positions in all of racing. What a beautiful place to stand, Jeff, at the beginning of the race. You just feel the aura of this racetrack when you start out on that grid and there's fans on both sides of the track.
Well, as we take a look here at Denny Hamlin coming off here in turn 1, you're exactly right, JR. This racetrack is so unique. It gives you so many different sensations like we get no other place. I mean, any other racetrack we go as far as the NASCAR circuit, you don't normally get that close to the racetrack, and the fans don't normally get that close to you. And one of the unique shots as we were looking down that front straightaway was even the fact how close the crews can get to the racetrack. To watch their car come down these long straightaways, it's a totally different feeling, and you can't see all the way around this racetrack. You can put guys up on top of the pagoda to kind of spot for you, and even then sometimes you need a guy on the front side so he can watch down these long straightaways. It's a very unique racetrack, and I love it. It's a challenge for these Cup guys, because the fact this racetrack was not designed for stock cars, let's face it.
And this is the hallowed ground of open wheel racing. They just recently celebrated a century of racing in the open wheel series here. And back in 1994, when Jeff Gordon won the first one, it was history making, Larry, because stock cars invaded this hallowed ground that was known for just the open wheelers for so many years.
Well, I'll even go 2 years but prior to that. Jeff Hammond was here. I was here in 1992. NASCAR, the Speedway, and Goodyear brought 10 teams up here to do what was deemed then as a Goodyear tire exhibition test. We knew right then, though, that down the road we would be here. We came back here in '93 and did an open test, and then came here for the very first time to run the stock cars at Indy in 1994.
In the early part of this race, this practice session so far, Matt Kenseth is on top of the board right now. Denny Hamlin in the 7th spot. NASCAR Live, presented by Geico, is coming your way at 2:30 Eastern Time. Then we'll be back for more Sprint Cup Series practice at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Camping World Truck Series qualifying at 4:30 Eastern. Speed Center NASCAR edition at 5:30. And then the hits just keep on coming. Trackside, presented by Walmart, will feature many, many surprises. We promise you we will be back with much more of this hour, 15-minute Sprint Cup Series practice in a moment.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
The Android-powered Casio G's 1 Commando. Shock resistant, water resistant, life resistant.
The The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by professionals. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
Relationships fail. Systems fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
Respect doesn't just come from a name. Respect doesn't just come from a number. Respect isn't about where you come from, where you've been, whether you're old school or whether you're new school. Because when you're racing for fans as hardcore as ours, you don't ask for respect. You take it.
Welcome back, everybody. There's the skyline of Indianapolis, and right down the road is one of the most famous sporting venues in all of sports, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, known as the Brickyard. And this weekend, NASCAR has taken over the hallowed ground of open-wheel racing as we get ready for the Brickyard 400. Cars on the track for about 6 or 7 minutes right now, and so far, Matt Kenseth, Casey Kane are leading the way. Let's go down to Hermie Sadler for an update on Stewart-Haas Racing.
Well, JR, 2 weeks ago at Loudon, Stewart-Haas Racing, what an incredible weekend they had, sweeping the front row in qualifying and the top 2 positions in the race. Now here at Indy, they've both got brand new race cars, the 14 of Tony Stewart and the 39 of Ryan Newman, brand new cars out of the Stewart-Haas stables. And I talked to Darian Grubb and Tony Gibson about their race team so far, and they said 2 weekends ago at Loudon is the way it ought to be. When we struggled this year, both teams have struggled a little bit. When we've been good, both teams were really good like they were last week. And as Larry Mack said earlier today, they have taken everything they've learned good about these race cars and implemented them into these 2 cars for here at Indy. And they've both started this practice in race trim to get some time on these cars on the racetrack. They will go to qualifying trim in practice 2. Wendy?
Thank you, Hermie. And during the off week, a lot of teams spent time making swaps. It's musical chair seasons when it comes to crew chiefs. There's a whole list of crew chiefs that have already been swapped since our last race 2 weeks ago. If you take a look at all the changes, there's about 5 drivers. Of course, Greg Biffle's crew chief, Greg Irwin, that swap was made 2 weeks ago. But there are many others right now that we know coming into Indy this weekend have already been swapped out of that position. Larry Mack mentioned at the top of the show how crucial this time of the season is. We took a break, we caught our breaths, and here we go for these last 17 races. That's when they really want to get the momentum going. That's why a lot of these crew chief changes took place. Another thing I did want to note, Johnny, is that the 4 crew chief, Casey Kane's crew chief, Kenny Francis, they did make the announcement that Kenny Francis will be going with Casey Kane next year in 2012 when they make the move to Hendrick Motorsports.
Wendy, thanks a lot. And that tells you exactly how much pressure is on these teams right now. And those are some pretty high-profile teams that have made big-time changes, guys.
Well, if you look, this all started back around June the 1st with Chad Johnston pretty much replacing Pat Tryson over at Michael Waltrip Racing. Of course, Matt Pucia with Greg Biffle. That was before Loudon. But when you look at the crew chief change for Burton, Montoya, and Allmendinger, that has all happened during this off week. So they're working with those guys for the first time. But what, other than maybe Greg Irwin, the A.J. Allmendinger, Jeff, every one of them was promoted from within the team. They were already in place.
Yeah, from within the team. I talked to Luke Lambert for Jeff Burton, and again, he's very excited about his position. But, Larry, one thing I want to point out is we talk about guys like Greg Biffle, Juan Paulo Montoya, A.J. Allmendinger. Think about it, 15th, 16th, and 17th in points right now. They're inside that coveted top 20. If they could get to victory lane in these next 7 races, that could mean they could get one of those coveted wild card positions. So we're going to see a great battle over the next 7 races, JR, as far as this making this chase and teams doing a lot of, I think, desperate things to try to get in.
As we take a look at the 16 of Greg Biffle on the racetrack right now, one of those drivers with the new crew chief. We also got to mention that Cal Wells, who's been around racing a long time in the open wheel ranks, came over, ran his own one-car team where he won a couple of races, has just been let go as the competition director for Michael Waltrip Racing, where he helped start that organization.
And then add in also in early mid-June over at Stewart-Haas Racing, Matt Borland replaced Bobby Hutchins as competition director. So honestly, in a month and a half, almost 2 months, that's 7 major changes that's been made. And I think it's just happening now. It's trying to re-energize a race team. Chad Canal's crew chief for Jimmy Johnson told me earlier this week, he said, Larry, you know, you do it now, That way you can see how it works for almost a half a season. If you need to make another change, you can do it and not have to wait to the off season.
Now, certainly when you talk about Greg Biffle in the 16, still with a mathematical shot to make it in this chase, and also pretty much anybody who wants to go out and win a couple of races could make it in. But the pressure is on some other teams right now for a different reason. We heard Jamie McMurray say earlier this week, he's the defending winner of this race. He's already looking towards next year. He wants to build from this point on to next season because, quite frankly, their hopes for Chase is pretty bleak right now.
It really is, and a very valid point right there that, you know, you look into 2012, why wait to the end of the season to make a change? Work on that chemistry, try to identify how your communication skills are going to be between the crew chief and the driver, because, Larry, let's face it, when that breaks down, it takes down the whole team, because all of a sudden the crew members, they don't know who to get behind. Do they rally behind the driver? Do they try to support the crew chief? So when the communication breaks down between the driver and the crew chief, it's time to make a change. And let's face it, you can't just change the driver arbitrarily. So the crew chief is always going to be the guy that's going to have to make the exit, you might say, and try to improve everything. So I'm really looking forward to see how these changes are going to either benefit these teams or whether it's just going to be more of an exercise of just making a change.
And also there's a combination there in the 18 car between Dave Rogers and Kyle Busch that is working very well right now as they have visited victory lane multiple times this year. And looks like with their wins, they are a lock for the chase as of right now.
Yeah, you know, I think everybody's saying that you probably might have to have 2 wins to get in, but I think 3 wins, they've already pretty much made the hat that says Kyle Busch chase contender for 2011, as well as like Kevin Harvick, Matt Kenseth, just to name 2 or 3 of those guys.
After just 1 lap on the racetrack in this first of 2 practice sessions today for the Sprint Cup Series, Matt Kenseth is on top of the board in the number 17 Ford. Casey Kane right behind him, also just running 1 lap, but then they went right back in the garage to make some more changes. Got to take a quick break here on Sprint Cup Series practice, but want to remind you that tonight the biggest party in NASCAR hits high gear at the Brickyard. Tune in as the pilot of the famed number 43, A.J. Allmendinger, joins the fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Indy tonight at 6 Eastern, only on Speed.
On a hot night in Nashville, Austin Dillon charged his way to victory in the Music City. Next up, Indianapolis. Get fired up as the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, beating and banging under the lights.
A little contact!
This track always delivers rough racing, hot tempers, and crushed metal. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Indianapolis. Tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed.
Hey kid, this car is sick. Get in!
Gotta win.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Is your computer running slowly? Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load? Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus. And it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
MyCleanPC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
MyCleanPC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
MyCleanPC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users. Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Indianapolis is brought to you by Touch of Gray. Gets rid of some gray, never all. By AutoZone. For the auto parts, accessories, and advice you need, get in the zone. AutoZone. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Well, if we may borrow a phrase from that last weekend's Nationwide Series race, it is smoking hot here in Indy. And right now, Matt Kenseth leads the way on the top of the speed chart in this first of 2 Sprint Cup Series practices coming your way. Now, guys, we always expect it to be hot here in Indy. It has been ever since we've been coming here at this time of year. But it still provides quite a challenge over the years.
Well, and the biggest thing is the humidity. And as we look at Matt Kenseth, one thing that I noticed, you mentioned he's the fastest, JR. Right now, I'm seeing 3 of the Roush Fenway cars in the top 4. Carl Edwards is 3rd. David Reagan is 4th. In taking Kentucky out of the equation, because we only raced there one time, there's only 2 Sprint Cup Series tracks that Roush Fenway has not won a Sprint Cup Series race. Here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Chicagoland. So we normally don't talk about the Roush Fenway cars when we come here to Indy.
We really don't, but I'm going to go back and I think something you can appreciate. Who was always strong when it came to Indy and a Ford?
Robert Yates.
Robert Yates. Well, last night down in Indianapolis, I ran into Doug Yates, just outside of St. Elmo's. A good little place to go eat if you want to have some dinner here in Indianapolis. He was really all smiles. Felt very, very, pumped up about the fact that these Fords are going to be strong this weekend. So when you see Matt Kenseth up there at the top, they really feel like they've come with some really good horsepower.
And right they should be, because Roush has finished second at Indy 4 times. Mark Martin did it at 98. Kenseth has finished twice in the second spot here. And Carl Edwards in 08 has finished in the second spot. Let's go down to Hermie Sadler, who is standing by in the garage area. Hermie?
Yeah, JR, we talked earlier about Tony Stewart debuting a brand new race car here this weekend. Now, the good news for the 14 team is there doesn't seem to be any new car blues. Nothing leaking, nothing dragging, no real mechanical issues with the car. The bad news is Tony is so loose on the racetrack so far. He has not really been able to complete an entire lap up to speed. So Jeff Mendering, I just spoke with him. They have really been caught off guard about how free this car is for Tony Stewart. So he's been consulting next door with the guys on the 39 car in between runs, and they've got to get Tony tightened up to get some side bite to get Tony a full lap on this racetrack and get him up to speed.
Not completely surprised by that, because they did make a slight change in the tire combination that we're running here this year versus last year, and it's somewhat in line with all the changes they made at a lot of the other different racetracks. The left side is the same tire that we ran here last year, but they've made that slight construction change in the right side tire versus what we had here a year ago. And I think the cars have been freer this year a lot of places versus what we had in 2010.
They have, but they mentioned right there, Hermie was talking about, they've been talking with the 39 car of Newman. He's 10th quickest right now. He's run 6 laps, so I think they've got a pretty good idea of what they might need to get this car kind of dialed in. So I'm pretty sure we'll see Tony Stewart and his guys taking that information and then implementing in that 14 car. He should get quicker as we go along.
Well, 6 of the 10 Brickyard 400 winners are competing this weekend, and on the top of that list is 4-time winner Jeff Gordon. Of course, he won the first one, won most recently back in 04, and at Jeff Gordon, it means a lot to win at this racetrack.
The Brickyard 400, getting that opportunity and the 4 wins we've had, this track is just so special. So always look forward to coming here. We're very excited this year with our win in Pocono. And the way we're running this year has me very excited that we have a real legitimate shot at winning this race.
And that was just his 50th Cup start when he won back in 1994. And to get off the racetrack for just a minute, we had a chance to talk to Jeff Gordon yesterday. On the off weekend, a lot of us went to the beach, stayed around the house. Jeff Gordon went to the Congo. And he went down there as part of a project to try to bring medicine, food to these people in that area who he said really have less than nothing down there. We said, Jeff, is it like those people have nothing? He said it is less than nothing. They have no roads, no infrastructure, no government, and they're part of a very high-profile effort to get help to those people. It's a pretty cool thing, and Jeff said it was a life-changing experience.
Jeff just continues to do, great work. last night I was at an event for his foundation over here. Each and every year he's been having a bowling deal. He has been very, very busy. Every on his off weekend coming back here to raise money for the Raleigh Hospital here locally. This guy, he's got a great heart right now, and he's doing a lot of things away from the racetrack to try to give back, I think, to the folks that have, helped give to him.
Yeah, the Jeff Gordon Foundation is quite an organization, because what they're planning next after this, the trip to the Congo was not associated with the Jeff Gordon Foundation. That was separate. But the Jeff Gordon Foundation itself, in a couple weeks, going back to Rwanda to see if they can do some of the same things there. So that's pretty cool, and that is why he is a 4-time champion on the track and off the track as well. Here's a former Brickyard winner, Kevin Harvick, currently 22nd on the speed chart, and one guy who is definitely poised this season for a championship run.
You know, I'm kind of surprised, and Larry, I know you do a lot of research and keeping up with what's going on with the different cars. So many new race cars here at this racetrack. I was somewhat surprised to see that they didn't come with a brand new car for the 29 crew, because a lot of times Kevin and the guys at RCR, they kind of lead the industry as far as coming with new cars and new ideas, especially the second half of the season. I was kind of surprised that he didn't come with one. And Wendy, what else do you know about this race car?
Well, the 29 of Kevin Harvick, much like some other guys reporting on the racetrack, that he needs to be a little bit tighter, especially in 1 and 2. They came in and made some adjustments. This is his second run out there right now, so we're going to see if those adjustments are exactly what Kevin Harvick needed. And you guys were just talking about Jeff Gordon, how busy he was. He's pulled into the garage area. He was a busy man on that off week, and he's always giving back to not even the local community, but internationally as well. And I had a chance to go to Riley Children's Hospital with Jeff Gordon in the past, and man, oh man, what a life-changing experience. He's involved in so many different efforts, and 100% of his time is given back to these children in all these different areas. It's really proud of what he's doing in the NASCAR community. When it comes to his race car here in Indianapolis, though, he's the opposite of what some other guys are feeling. He says he's a little too tight, especially the late center. The car has gotten better in these small adjustments they've made so far in this practice session, but he feels it's still a little bit too tight versus the loose condition other people are experiencing.
You know, guys, I want to go back to Kevin Harvick, mentioned that this is a car that he has raced before. And on the contrary, Paul Menard, Jeff Burton, Clint Horner, the 3 teammates, they all have brand new cars. Back to what we said at the top of the show, seeing where you are truly at. I think this is a weekend where this 29 group, Kevin Harvick and that whole 29 crew, they want to find out where they're at, because they've had a couple of dismal races. They finished 16th at Kentucky, 21st at Loudon. Even with their 3 wins, they have not had a top 5 since finishing 5th at Pocono. I think they got to get on track starting here this weekend.
And guys, right quick, he's run 9 laps. That's a lot on this racetrack early in this practice session.
Well, so far, the hardest working man is Greg Biffle. 10 laps on the racetrack. He's in 16th. As we take a look at our top 10 in speeds right now, it's Matt Kenseth, Casey Kane, Edwards Montoya, and David Reagan in the top 5. We'll be back.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
So, it's only one Diet Mountain Dew left. Love the taste of Diet Dew. Race you for it. We could do that.
Hold on! The whole thing! Free it!
Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain.
This tastes so good. Show off!
Dad doesn't like to be cheated.
It's gonna be a good day.
This just got way more fun.
You all just be careful now.
You got it!
Final Destination 5. Rated R starts August 12th.
We're in the mood for amazing seafood tonight.
Pan-seared just for us. Anybody? You know, sizzling shrimp and scallops.
Perfectly seared tilapia made to order. On an all-you-can-eat dinner buffet.
For around $10. Heads up.
Only Golden Corral would serve up endless made-to-order pan-seared seafood. It's incredible shrimp, tilapia, and scallops with your choice of amazing sauces. All on our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? Bam!
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Welcome back, everybody, to the famed Brickyard as we're getting set for one of the most prestigious races of the year, the Brickyard 400. At the other end of this weekend is a whole lot of cash and a very impressive trophy for the winner. But along the way, there is a lot of work to do, and we have just barely scratched the surface so far. Just about 25 minutes in to an hour 15 practice. Then the Sprint Cup Series will have another one coming up an hour after that.
And I think we ought to talk about the entire schedule. These 2 hour and 15-minute practice sessions today, They'll get another hour and a half from 10 to 11:30 Eastern time in the morning, and then qualify tomorrow afternoon starting at 2 o'clock. This is a little different from what we've had here before. Before, qualifying started pretty early in the morning, and an early draw was a huge advantage. Now, this first practice, it's what's going to dictate the speeds as far as the order where you go out slowest to fastest for qualifying. But I think unless you get a cloud covering, you will not have a huge advantage or disadvantage where you go. Other than Jeff, I don't want to be one of the first 3 or 4 guys out after that track is sat.
Yeah, just the opposite of what it used to be. Think about it like this. A year ago, we went out at 10 o'clock to start qualifying. Tomorrow, it'll be at 2 o'clock. You can expect the racetrack to be a whole lot hotter. Won't have a lot of grip, so it'll be a lot more interesting.
Let's go to Hermie Sadler, who's standing by with one of our many winners this year. Hermie?
Well, I know he likes hearing that. David Reagan, winner here in the Sprint Cup Series. You're in the top 5, and a couple of your Ford buddies up there with you. You look like you guys have got a great package so far here today at Indy.
Yeah, you know, the first lap is always a good sign of, you know, what kind of problems you're going to be facing throughout the weekend. And our UPS Ford honoring Ned Jarrett this weekend was pretty comfortable the first run. This is a rhythm racetrack. You really got to hit your marks on all 4 corners, and it takes me a few laps to get going, but our Ford's got some speed. It's got some steam down the straightaways in those engines. But, yeah, so far so good, and looking forward to making some more laps here.
And talk about the honor of having Ned Jarrett on the car. Of course, his son Dale, former UPS driver of this car, got to be pretty special for you.
Yeah, it's an honor to have Ned along this weekend. I feel like we really need to get a good run for him. He's a legend in our sport, obviously going to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. So it's a privilege for our whole UPS team to put this deal together. It's a nice race car our guys built back home. So proud to have Ned riding on board, and looking forward. He's the Grand Marshal this weekend too, so it'll be pretty special.
And you guys, I can't tell you the difference in the demeanor between the 14 garage. A lot of concern on the faces of those guys. But these guys, Drew Blickensdorf and the guys on this number 6 car, including Jack Roush, who is here, just business as usual, really happy with how they've unloaded.
Well, right now, David is 13th in the points, and he has one of those wild card spots as far as the chase with that win he got at Daytona.
But boy, how much can change in 7 races? Of course, when you're talking about opportunities to win, which can propel a driver with perhaps 1 win into that spot, but also the way NASCAR rules go this year, they want to reward winning. So the guys outside of the top 10, if they're in the top 20 with wins, the most wins, they will be in the chase.
Well, JR, starting looking at the guys that are outside that top 10 and don't have a win. That's where, to me, it gets real interesting. Tony Stewart, Clint Boyer, Juan Pablo Montoya, Greg Biffle. All of these guys have won a year ago. And so they got 7 races to kind of put that little insurance card in their back pocket with a win, or in David Reagan's case, to assure yourself being locked into this chase, get you a second win somewhere like here at Indy, you know, or somewhere down the road here over the next 7 races, and you kind of like secure your entire season by doing that. I mean, I think it's, again, I keep harping on it, but these next 7 races starting here this weekend are really going to be interesting.
Currently 24th on the speed chart, the number 83 of Brian Vickers, and good to see Brian on a racetrack at any time this year.
Yeah, Brian, of course, has not raced here since 2009 because he was out with those blood clots. But to kind of also talk a little bit about what Jeff was just saying, here's another interesting nugget. 5 of the top 6 finishers in last year's Brickyard 400, they remain winless in 2007. The only guy that finished in the top 6 a year ago that's won so far is Kevin Harvick, who finished second to Jamie McMurray last year.
And also a very interesting name in this weekend that Jeff Hammond brings up is Juan Pablo Montoya with the new crew chief. A lot of pressure on that group to win, but of course a lot of pressure to win here because Juan's been in position here to win several times before.
He is incredible when it comes to this racetrack, JR. His qualifying, his finishing results. I mean, every time he showed up at this racetrack, he should have never finished any worse than second. But they've made mistakes. They beat themselves. You know, a year ago, it was kind of like Brian Patty's call. The next thing you know, you turn right around. The year before that, while Pablo was speeding down pit road. This guy is awesome when it comes to this racetrack. He's fell in love with it since the first time he showed up in an open wheel. So when you come to Indy, you've always got to put him at the top of the list, with or without, you know, a consistent crew chief. This new one may have his hands full, but Juan should be pretty good.
And he's in some pretty good company when it comes to laps led here. Jeff Gordon, of course, the all-time leader with 440. Tony Stewart's second. Juan Pablo Montoya is third in laps led among active drivers here at this racetrack. And a guy who does pretty good, not necessarily in laps led, but in wins here, is Jimmy Johnson.
But they pretty much have been feast or famine with this 48 car, because if you look at the last 7 Indy races, the last 7 Brickyard 400s, yeah, he has 3 wins, but he has 4 finishes of 22nd or worse. So they either win or they're in trouble with this 48 car.
Let's go to Wendy.
And it's not necessarily trouble this morning in practice session so far for the 48, but it's a lot of scratching of the head along with a lot of other crew chiefs in the garage area. When I checked in with the 48 team, Jimmy Johnson has been tight from the beginning of practice. They made adjustments and then it got too loose. So in regards to that tire, and I followed up with the team in regards to that, they said they're really not sure yet. That's what they're chasing right now. And of course it's early in the day, Johnny, for practice session, and this is when they're getting some crucial notes for the rest of the afternoon.
And Wendy, it is only getting hotter here as the pressure heats up on the race teams that perhaps haven't won so far this season, or also the ones that want to get yet another Brickyard 400 trophy to put in that trophy case. Been 112 races since Dale Earnhardt Jr. has gone to victory lane. He is confirmed with crew chief Steve Letarte right now, seeing how they could possibly get it done this weekend. We'll be back.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
The American Garage. The temple of the tune-up. The Taj Mahal of overhaul. More of them count on AutoZone parts than ever before. But parts are just part of what we do. Our trusted advice and helping hands approach is everywhere. So, whether it's his place, her place, or the pro's place, parts are just part of what we do.
Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
Dry hopping? I don't know, but that sounds kind of fun.
I have no idea.
Dry hopping is really an additional step that we take to make Boston Lager.
Dry hopping is aging the beer on a bed of fresh hops.
After the beer has been fermented and it sits on hops for a full 3 weeks, adds a really nice citrus, piney, floral notes without adding any bitterness.
Boston Lager. You can taste the hops. It has a very distinctive taste.
It goes down smooth, but it also has flavor.
Sam Adams Boston Lager. It's delicious.
Send hunger packing with Pizza Hut's Mighty Pizzone. Now just $5. Packed with cheese and toppings baked in a golden crust. Choose from pepperoni, meaty, or Supremo. The most flavorful way to satisfy the biggest appetite. The Mighty Pizzone. Only $5. Only at your Pizza Hut.
Charcoal went out already? Forget it. There's more barbecue time in every bag of Kingsford charcoal. Kingsford. Slow down and grill.
Tonight on Speed, the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, beating and banging under the lights. Don't miss the action from Indianapolis tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, live on Speed. See if Ron Hornaday can get it done again. The exclusive home of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series is Speed. And that is always a great show. You know, Tony Stewart grew up in this area. And as he worked at Dairy Queen trying to make money to go racing, he said he used to look through the fence here and watch his heroes like A.J. Foyt race here. It meant so much for him to finally win at this racetrack with his dad sitting there in turn number 2 looking on. He felt as if he could pick him out of the crowd. And so perhaps out of all the drivers, even though it means so much to every driver, it might mean just a little bit more to this driver.
Yeah, Tony sat on the pole here for the 1996 Indy 500 to the tune of 233.1 miles per hour. They'll be fast in this 14 car, probably not quite that fast.
There's a difference between competitors and winners and champions. Tony Stewart has been a champion in just about everything he's done, and there's so many drivers that go through their entire career and don't even really get a quality win. But Tony has so many quality wins and also championships in different disciplines, and he was very proud that he finally won a World of Outlaw race the other night, beating one of his good friends and heroes, Sammy Swindell.
The funny thing about it, the trophy is sitting on Tony's bus right now, but all the guys have been kind of like giving him a hard time, especially even the guys, the officials of the World of Outlaws said, Tony, we hate to tell you, that doesn't really count because you won it in Canada. So
don't believe out a win there.
They're playing mind games with him. We continue to watch the 14 car go around the racetrack, and the good news is, guys, since he first went out, they've made the good changes because he was way down in the 30s. Now he's moved up to like 24th quickest. He's run 5 laps. He's been able to get faster and faster. And Larry, you know how it is as far as tires around here. The more laps you have on your tires, usually the slower you go. Tony's putting down some pretty impressive laps.
And unless they're on a different agenda from what they're normally on, he's probably in race trim right now. It just doesn't seem like that Tony Stewart, Darian Grubb, and his crew, that they put a lot into qualifying. They'll make a mock run near the end of practice, but it seems like they put most of their focus on getting ready to race.
And the pressure is on this team to get in the win column right now, and what a better place to do it than here at the Brickyard, a place that means so much to Tony, a place he's been to victory lane twice and has meant a lot to. Now here's your defending race winner, Jamie McMurray, in the #1 again. We mentioned earlier in the show how he's looking forward more towards next year than this year because of the position they're in right now.
Well, what a better place to turn your season around. And this is the kind of guy, I think, you know, Jamie has the ability to do that. I mean, he's come in some pretty tough situations. When he first got in this race car driving for Chip Ganassi, when Sterling Marlin got hurt way back when, he capitalized on it right on the get-go. So, you know, they know how to make it happen. He took advantage, I think, of the problem that they had with his teammate a year ago and got Chip Ganassi that big sweep when they were able to win Indy and Daytona and here at the Brickyard. I mean, they just had a lot of things go right for this team a year ago.
And there are 6 past 400 winners in this field, and right now Jamie McMurray is the only one currently in the top 15 of practice.
I talked to his crew chief, Kevin Mannion, who was with him last year, and he won the Brickyard 400, and Kevin told me, he said, this tire combination, we keep talking about the different right side tire, it has thrown them a curveball, and you're spot on. They're not even worried about points anymore. They're not worried about the chase because they're 29th in points, 100 points out of the top 20. That's more than 2 races. They're not going to get there. They may win 4 races. They're not going to get there. He said, we're just trying to figure out what our problems are, and if along the way we can get some top 5s and maybe win a race, then we feel like we've accomplished what we've set out to here.
Among the drivers who won last year, who has not yet to win this year, is 00 of David Ruderman. And, of course, with boss Michael Waltrip on here at Indy looking on this weekend, a lot of pressure on these guys to get something done.
That's probably an understatement when it comes to the pressure these guys are feeling that want to get back to victory lane, because that's how you define a season, Jay. I mean, if you can get 1 win, it really helps to, you know, satisfy your sponsor. Keep your team happy. I mean, all these guys that work on these cars, they want to go to victory lane. And if you're not getting it done, a lot of times you wind up losing good people to other teams because they want to go where they can win races. And for this 00, no different. There's a lot of loyal guys down on that 00 right now that want to go to victory lane very, very badly.
Well, driver-owner Tony Stewart felt it was somewhat of a victory to get the 1-2 finish. His second-place finish felt like a win. Hermie, he wants to get another one here in a bad way.
Yeah, he's a former pole winner here and won here in 05 and 07, and very impressed with how they have methodically tightened this race car up a little bit time after time he goes on this racetrack, and Larry McReynolds hit it just right. They've got about 10 to 12 laps on these tires right now when you include the in and outs out of the garage area, and he ran some of his fastest laps on the racetrack with old tires. He's finally found a direction they can go in to get this car snugged up, you know, in race trim. So really like the way they have, you know, not really gone too far, but just methodically giving Tony what he wanted, and they finally got this car running decent speeds in race trim.
And Larry, the thing about it, at least for me, as a crew chief, you got a brand new race car here. It's been in a wind tunnel, it's been on a chassis dyno and everything, but this right here is where really the rubber hits the road. But when you have a race car that you at least can make changes to and the car responds, that's it. All of a sudden you go, whew, man, I feel good about this now. I got a car that at least is working for me, not against me.
You know, it's interesting you say that. I talked to Clint Boyer at Loudon a couple of weeks ago, and of course he had probably one of the worst races of his career in Kentucky the week before that. And we got to talking about it. He said, Larry, you know, when you unload and you're off, you're probably not going to make it a whole lot better. And he said that's where we were from the time we dropped the tailgate in Kentucky, which contradicts what Jeff just said with this Tony Stewart and the 14 group, is they're making changes and the cars getting better as they go.
Another one of the beneficiaries has to be in the crew chief swap here. Greg Irwin is a proven winner, and now he is the crew chief for A.J. Allmendinger in this famous number 43. A driver a lot of people predict might be the next first-time winner we see in the Sprint Cup Series. Now he's got a proven winner as a crew chief, but again, here's the good news and the bad news. Good news is you got a proven crew chief winner. Bad news is now you got to win.
Well, in A.J. Allmendinger, we have felt like he and probably Marcus Ambrose, Paul Menard, that's 3 of our drivers that may be right on the brink of getting their first win, as we've seen other drivers do, like Regan Smith and David Reagan. But when you look at Greg Irwin, Jeff and JR, he's definitely a proven winning crew chief because he has 5 wins with Greg Biffle, and he's made the chase 3 consecutive years with that 16 team.
But I'll tell you something else too, JR, when it comes to Indianapolis, there's never been a first-time winner.
Well, that would be cool to see because we have seen first-time winners this year. We have seen surprise winners this year, so maybe this is the year where that history all changed. The work continues in the garage area, a little bit more than halfway through this practice session.
Dumbest Stuff on Wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Talking a big game about your engine is one thing. Having a proven history that can back it up is a whole other story. Unsurpassed torque, best-in-class towing, legendary Cummins engines. Which engine do you want powering your truck?
Now get 0% APR for 60 months or up to $2,500 cash allowance on Ram heavy-duty models.
Ram.
I attended ITT Tech right out of high school. I'd always liked computers for my whole life, ever since we had one. And I just knew that if I could do this for a career, that I would be extremely happy for the rest of my life. ITT Tech was just a perfect place for me to go, and I haven't looked back. I've had no need to look back. It was a perfect opportunity for me. The investment has been worth it. I was able to get a job in my field, doing exactly what I had wanted to do, the job that I just love going to every morning, and I attribute that 100% to the degree.
The School of Information Technology at ITT Tech teaches techniques used to manage security systems and configure security solutions. There is a need for system security professionals who can help secure computer systems. Acquire skills that can help you secure a better future today. ITT Technical Institute School of Information Technology. Education for the future. Call 1-800-488-3652 or visit us on the web.
The ultimate NASCAR pre-race show is only on Speed. NASCAR Race Day. Jimmy Johnson and Jamie McMurray join us live, plus Juan Pablo Montoya discusses his determination to win the 400. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed. Now, Wendy, there is good news for Carl Edwards because 4 times the incoming points leader has won this race. So perhaps this could bode well for Carl.
Yeah, and obviously it's good news for him. His car's been running fast. It's so good that he can get on his cell phone and handle some things. And could he possibly be taking a business call, making a business call? Because that was talk in the garage area this morning when he approached the media. They wanted an update on that contract for Carl Edwards. And he said, listen, I'm not purposefully withholding anything from you guys. I just need to get some business stuff done on the business side. He said he's working hard on his contract, whether he's going to stay at Roush Fenway Racing or move on to another opportunity. There's been a lot of rumors in the garage, and at Larry Mack, I know you have some insight on that, I'm sure, but no decision as of yet is the official word from Carl Edwards, but we know what that means. It probably was well worked on our off weekend.
Wendy, every year we have one big domino that has to fall. You're looking at that big domino right there, Carl Edwards, because there's no question, without inducing more rumors, that Trevor Bayne, Clint Boyer, Joey Logano, Juan Pablo Montoya, there's a lot of drivers, a lot of people watching to see where that big domino is going to fall, and then all the other dominoes will start falling in place. And I promise you, once it falls, all these crew chief changes will be minor conversation, I promise you.
A proven winner and a constant championship contender. Of course, people will be going after Carl Edwards, and you know, that puts him in a good position right now. He seems very relaxed. It seems like his future's going to be fine one way or another. The idea for him now is to go out and win races.
It is, and the thing I think is very unique, unless something has changed recently, you know, Carl's doing all this kind of negotiating on his own. He doesn't really have anybody, I think, working on this, you know, renewal of the contract for him. So he's doing a lot of it in his off time, and that can be also very, very difficult.
And for all we know, when he was on the phone, he could have been ordering a pizza. He's only got an hour in between the 2 practice sessions. He might be hungry.
He might be, but I don't think it'd be a pizza, at least in his case.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Carl
pretty much a health nut.
In order to protein shake, as we see Dale Earnhardt Jr. Going off the track after a couple laps there out on the track. And, you know, there's some special decals on these Hendrick Chevrolets this weekend for 100 years of Chevy.
Wow, I did not realize that. Chevy has been strong here. I think they've won like possibly the last 8 races. They've won the last 8 in a row here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I think they've won 12 out of 17 total.
And the names of the drivers who have won so many of those: Jeff Gordon with 4, Jimmy Johnson with 3. And that's a pretty strong 1-2 punch right there when it comes to Brickyard.
Well, there's a driver that would love to do the same thing that Jamie McMurray did a year ago, and that's when the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400, Trevor Bayne, running a limited schedule. Now, his team with Donnie Wingo back in early May, they were part of the Goodyear tire test here. Trevor, that's when he was sick and down and out. Greg Biffle drove the 21 car during that tire test.
And when you talk about special decals and paint schemes, Trevor Bayne has a special decal on the back of his car to honor Glenn Wood. So a little bit more incentive for that team, too.
The 2012 NASCAR Hall of Fame inductees.
And Hermie Sadler is standing by with another one of our championship contenders. Hermie?
Yeah, you're right. Denny Hamlin is a championship contender, and so far so good. Top of the speed chart. You guys appear to be in qualifying training. What's your plan for the rest of this practice?
Well, that's where our main focus is going to be. Obviously, with the tires, and you have to time how many sets of tires you use for qualifying and race trim. We feel like this is the best time for us to work on qualifying. So our FedEx Camry is very, very fast, and new car this weekend, and the team just did a great job putting this one together. It really looks good, and we should be one of those guys up front come Sunday.
A lot of talk about, you know, how some things from Pocono transfer to this racetrack as far as how you drive, and you've had a lot of success there. Can you take anything from your experiences there and apply them to here?
You can in some sense. The way you drive, the technique is relatively the same. Setup-wise, it's different because this track is so much smoother than what Pocono is. And Pocono's gotten so much rougher over these last few years that you've had to evolve your setup. Less of a front nose down type setup where you can be a little bit more aggressive on tracks like this that are smooth. So even though that they are similar in a lot of ways, setup-wise, you're kind of on 2 different pages.
That's Denny Hamlin. He knows to get a good run here, it starts with qualifying, and they're working on qualifying trim right now.
Now, one thing he mentioned, the number of sets of tires. What Goodyear and NASCAR did do is they gave them an extra set. They're up to 7 sets to do the 4 hours of practice, plus a set to qualify. That's one more set than they get on most weekends prior to the race.
And one reason for that, JR, is this racetrack is very abrasive early on, so they know they're going to go through one set pretty quick.
You're going to want to see trackside tonight. We promise you that, but you also want to see the rest of the action on the racetrack here, as Denny Hamlin is currently 3rd. We'll be back.
When you're racing for fans as hardcore as ours, you don't ask for respect. You take it.
Look, everybody knows which way the price of gas is going, okay? You don't need a bunch of donut eaters at a focus group to tell you that. But only the engineers at Ford seem to get it, because they gave the 2011 F-150 the most power and the absolute best fuel economy. So now, you won't be put in a chokehold every time you fill up. City, highway, dirt, sand, gravel, F-150 gets the best mileage. Chew on that. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
Experiments fail. Technologies fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by pit crews. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
The Android-powered Casio G's1 Commando. Shock resistant, water resistant, life resistant.
Because of these changes, the battle for the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series trophy is going to be one for the history books. Let's continue by taking a look at some of the new cars that you'll see on track this year. Collect all 4.
Are there going to be any drivers on this tour?
Ta-da!
Can they breathe in there?
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Kevin Harvick's resume, he's got some pretty impressive notes on that up and down the series as the championships and in the Nationwide Series go and the Truck Series wins. He also has a Brickyard 400 win and a Daytona 500 win to go. And Wendy, he'd like nothing more than to add another one of those Brickyard trophies.
And in that year of 2003, he started from the pole, and they had worked on race trims most recently right now, not some qualifying trims. The second time out for Kevin Harvick, he said turn 3 was good, but he wanted 1, 2, and 4. Still needed to be a little bit tighter. It was too loose for Kevin Harvick. And then on this last run that you see him on the racetrack right now, he has reported it's been too tight. So he went from too loose to too tight. 25th on the practice chart right now, but Mike Dillon, the spotter for Kevin Harvick, did report that the speeds look great for race trim, and that's what's important when it gets down to crunch time. And we do know that Mike Dillon up on the spotter stand was celebrating, I'm sure, last night as his son, Ty Dillon, took home that ARCA win at LORP. I call it L-O-R-P.
Hey, not too shabby. That guy's putting together a great run as a young driver.
Now, if you notice Kevin Harvick's crew on the left watching the scoring monitor there on their toolbox, the way the garage area is situated here and where the haulers are parked, nobody but the spotter, quite honestly, can see the car going around the racetrack but the spotter on top of the pagoda. A lot of times a crew member will walk out here on the front stretch and maybe watch the attitude of the car coming down this long front straightaway, but pretty much that's all you can see is what either you're watching the speed broadcast of the practice or pretty much the scoring monitor. This is where the haulers are parked, and this is on the back side of the garage area. This is a good quarter of a mile from the front straightaway. So unlike most racetracks where the crew chiefs will go up on top of the hauler, you're not able to do it here.
Is that the reason why I never saw you running back and forth to the hauler back when we were here at Indy?
I would be in a slow jog, not a run.
Hey, in terms of laps on the racetrack, Kevin Harvick is probably the second busiest man. Martin Truex Jr. ran 16 laps. Harvick has 15, and those are the 2 most laps led. And here's yet another one of those race cars who has a new crew chief this weekend, being piloted by Jeff Burton.
Yeah, Luke Lambert, who has been the team engineer since 2008. Now, when they made the announcement this week, the word interim crew chief was used. Todd Berrier is still in place over there, which Todd Berrier has been there since the mid-90s at Richard Childress Racing. He's won truck races. He's won Nationwide Series championships with RCR. If indeed Todd Berrier does not stay at Richard Childress Racing, I promise you, he won't be walking the streets long.
Had a chance to talk to Luke earlier before I came up here to the booth, and again, a very positive young man. Feels very confident that they're going to be able to rejuvenate this 31 car, get Jeff Burton back on the right track. He also alluded to the fact that they've brought on some new engineers to work with him on this 31 car. So with the support of all the other crew chiefs and engineers at RCR, I look for this 31 car to definitely get a marked improvement, because you got to remember, how many top 10s has he got, Larry?
0.
0. So anything in the top 10 will be a big improvement for that 31 car.
Currently 25th in points, and right now on the speed chart, Jeff Burton finds himself in the 10th spot.
Guys, I got a big laugh. We talked about the Jeff Gordon bowling tournament we all went to. Marcus Ambrose was bowling on the lane right next to me, and I got a big kick out of him. He found this one pink ball that his fingers fit, and he kept carrying it from lane to lane to lane. He is such a character. I mean, not only is he a lot of fun to watch on the racetrack, he is a lot of fun to hang out with off the racetrack.
And my favorite other guy from the bowling tournament was Max Pappas. It seemed like every time he bowled, he ended up on the floor after he shot. Don't know why.
You don't know why?
It was just slippery. No, I was not tripping.
Maybe he was trying to distract y'all from how bad his bowling shot was. As we look at Marcus Ambrose in the 9 car right now, he's 23rd. And this is a driver that really is involved in this wild card deal. And why? He's 21st in the points. And where are we headed in a couple of weeks? The same place that he has won 3 consecutive NNS races at. So the moral of the story, we know they've got their eye. They've got their eye on Indy right now. His crew chief, Todd Parrott, has won here twice with Dale Jarrett. But their eyes on Watkins Glen, win that race, get to the top 20. Just maybe you might have that wild card spot.
And still a threat to win on an oval, not just a road course.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla is an all-new and must-see as Adam takes the original Batmobile on a spin through town and finds out how many young ladies he can cram into a Mini Cooper. Don't miss the car show Wednesday night at 10 Eastern only on Speed.
Each week, 4 new car freaks pit their passions.
I've put all my blood, sweat, and soul into it.
Against their peers.
Rock and roll, baby. Let's do this.
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules premieres Wednesday at 9 Eastern, only on Speed.
Castrol Edge, with titanium fluid strength technology, is tested and perfected to be our strongest oil, no matter what you put it through. Castrol Edge, now with titanium fluid strength technology, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
If you or a loved one has mesothelioma or been diagnosed with another asbestos-related cancer, call now. Over $18 billion in court-ordered trusts have been set aside to pay out claims to asbestos victims. You may be eligible to receive compensation without ever going to court or filing a lawsuit. Thousands of hardworking men and women have been diagnosed with mesothelioma because manufacturers put profits ahead of safety. Manufacturers knew the risks of asbestos exposure for years, but knowingly manufactured and sold deadly asbestos-containing materials, putting millions of American workers at risk. These manufacturers have tried to avoid compensating their victims, but the courts have ordered them to set aside over $18 billion in trust money for the victims of asbestos. Call now to see if you're entitled to a portion of the $18 billion. You could receive compensation without filing a lawsuit or going to court.
Call 1-800-944-9043 now. That's 1-800-944-9043. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Indianapolis is brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Visit hbpracing.com to learn how to buy pizza and earn free racing gear. By your locally owned Citgo, fueling good, and by Allstate. Mayhem is everywhere. Protect yourself. Allstate. Are you in good hands?
JR, now I know where you're getting ready to order that pizza from.
Well, I had pizza on the brain.
I know.
Kind of always do.
Talking about a guy who's got a little bit of pep in his step, 39 car here of Ryan Newman. Winner 2 weeks ago, Loudon beating his car owner Tony Stewart to the finish line. Not only a great call on pit road by Tony Gibson, but he had a pretty fast race car all weekend long, starting on the pole.
And again, that was a team that needed something good to happen at that point, and to have a 1-2 finish. In fact, it had been many, many decades before a team had started 1-2 and finished 1-2.
Let me tell you one thing right quick. You're right about that, but I was talking to Tony Gibson about his driver right there. We see him taking a win. There's Tony. Ryan and he took off on the weekend off, and they went up to West Virginia to ride four-wheelers. Guess what Ryan Newman was doing?
Fishing?
No, he was with Tony. They were riding four-wheelers, but he kept crashing. He crashed like half a mile down the road. He had to reset the front end on the four-wheeler. Then he went another about 15 or 20 minutes down the thing, flipped it, and was upside down. He said, Tony told me, he said, I told him then, and whether it's Daytona, Talladega, or here in West Virginia, sooner or later, you're going to wind up upside down on your head, aren't you?
Well, it's a good thing he had his crew chief with
him.
him.
Yeah, Tony Gibson said he spent most of the weekend working on Ryan Newman's four-wheeler.
Yeah, they rode over 250 miles up there on four-wheelers.
But, you know, the big thing that Ryan Newman, Tony Gibson did is they broke a 41-race streak of not sitting on a pole. That was his first pole since Charlotte, May of 2010, and a 47-race winless streak. His last win before Loudon was Phoenix the spring of last year. How about it, Wendy?
They've really been working hard on the 22 car in the garage area. He spent a lot of time in the stall here for quite some time, actually taking up practice to make a lot of wholesale changes, spring changes, wedge adjustments. And I checked in with the team just now, and they said they're trying to find something for this car. He's 18th on the practice chart, I believe, on that last lap, put him 18th right now. So they are trying to find some speed, and it looks like that may have done it as he picks it up.
I was looking right now. He has stepped it up to the sixth position. He's run a total of 5 laps so far in his 22 car. So it looks like that possibly Kurt Busch, Steve Addington with this brand new race car, they're working on practice qualifying runs right now.
And for any of those other race teams that are looking for a turnaround of any type at this point of the season, all they have to really do is look to Roger Penske and his crew. who started off poorly. Everybody was arguing on the radio. They're getting a lot of publicity for that. Now they're getting publicity for winning races and running well.
It's amazing you say that as we watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. because I want to give you a little bit of analogy here. I liked what Kurt Busch was doing. He was complaining about things that the race team could fix, that it was fixable internally. Now looking at Dale Earnhardt Jr., when I look at the last 4 races, this is where I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm hearing because he's on a landslide the wrong way right now. But he complained because he doesn't like road course racing. He complained he didn't like the 2-car tandem at Daytona, and he hated the tire at Loudon. He had the same elements to deal with at those racetracks that the other 42 drivers. Go look in the mirror and quit complaining about things you can't control.
Let's go down to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. certainly currently sits P12 on the speed chart. They are in qualifying trim. This is their 3rd run on the racetrack. They're fighting a tight condition right now on entry into the corner. So they've been working on trying to find a way with air pressure and shocks to try to free this car up a little bit. Now this is the same car that Dale Earnhardt Jr. came within about a half mile of winning at Charlotte earlier this year. So they have a good history with this race car, but right now he is tight and they're trying to improve on that 9th place position in points.
And Herbie, only one driver has gotten his first win of the season in the 400, and that was Kevin Harvick back in 2003. Broke a 38-race winless streak, so Junior's got a longer one to break, but it could happen this weekend. We'll be back.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Tonight, the trucks invade Indianapolis. Get fired up as the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, speeding and banging under the lights. A little contact! The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Indianapolis, tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed.
Kyle Busch! Let's do this! Let's do this!
That's how you do a donut.
Conference room.
Okay.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
The most important part of owning a vehicle is proper maintenance. And proper maintenance begins with Z-Max. Z-Max is a micro-lubricant that soaks into metal. Using Z-Max in your engine will reduce friction, heat, and remove harmful deposits. Plus, adding Z-Max to your fuel system will help maintain gas mileage and reduce emissions. Z-Max will reduce wear on vital engine parts and help extend the life of your engine.
I know it works, and I put my name on the line on that, and I mean it.
Z-Max. It's in the science. Available at Walmart.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox. Engineered in Japan by Funai.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we take a look at Fan Canyon, the front stretch of this very famous racetrack. Let's take a look at the top 10 in speed right now, and it hasn't changed since the start as far as the first 2 names on this speed chart. Matt Kenseth and Casey Kane are on top, followed by Denny Hamlin, Edwards, David Reagan, and Kurt Busch in the top 6, and then Juan Pablo Montoya is after that. Now, when we talk about teams who need a little break of luck, and what a better place to get it for this number 20 team of Joey Logano, certainly in the rumor mill and certainly with the pressure on.
But I like what I've been seeing with this 20 team and Joey Logano, because if you look at the last 4 races, he's gained 5 spots in the points. He's up to 18th in the points and 3 top 10 finishes. And this is a track where he finished 9th a year ago and 12th his rookie season back in 2009.
And think of it like this, guys. Guess where he started in both of those years? They had problems. He started dead last. Talked to Joey the other day. Think about how many cars he passed. In that one race, he wound up like 12th. I think they only had 2 cautions. They had a very good race car. He likes this racetrack, and he was telling me, he said, Jeff, if I could just start somewhere around 15th, I might be able to win this thing.
And he also has a crew chief on that car that's won at this racetrack twice. This Greg Zipadelli.
Exactly right.
And he had decent qualifying runs both years, but they had engine failure both years in practice, had to go to the rear of the field because of the engine change.
So right now with Matt Kenseth and Casey Kane still continuing to lead the way. Some of the bigger names lower down on the speed chart. Jimmy Johnson in the 30th spot and Joey Logano back in 37th. And as we take a look at Martin Truex, another special paint scheme this weekend for that car and another new crew chief.
Saw Martin before he came up here to the booth. He was going to do some stuff with the media. He was very excited about the fact of getting out there on the racetrack with this 56 car. Felt like that they had a good package for this weekend. Feels like they're making all the right changes to get this car into victory lane. And like so many drivers, this is the start of a lot of these drivers feeling like this is the second half of the season for them. When you come to Indy, a lot like when you go to Daytona, you bring out some of the best that you've got to, you know, run the final 17 races. So if you can kind of pick it up a little bit, find some magic, catch some lightning in the bottle, if you want to say that, you can turn your whole season around.
How big is it for guys to have a weekend off? How far in advance can we work from this point on to have stuff ready for the next couple of weeks?
A lot of guys are working between 4 to 6 weeks now. They don't want to get so far out in front that they may need to come back and redo something as far as the bodies are concerned or the chassis are concerned. But I think Larry was talking about it even before we came on the air. What you learn here at Indy, if it works, aero-wise, chassis-wise, well, it can kind of like, you know, segue into Pocono. It can carry you on into Chicago later on and some other places we're going to go to. But you want to be prepared at least a month out. A lot of guys will have 4 cars ready to go for the remainder of the season.
Because this is it, Larry. We're racing from here on out.
Thanksgiving will be our next weekend off. And as we look at Martin Truex Jr. in the 56 car, while we're on the subject of a Michael Waltrip racing driver, our well wishes go out to Travis Pastrana. Was supposed to make his NNS debut tonight at Lucas Oil Raceway across town here. He was injured at the X Games last night out in Los Angeles. That race is actually tomorrow night. And he's going to have some surgery. So if Travis, if you're watching in, our well wishes, still can't wait for you to get the NASCAR.
Best of luck to Travis. We want to see you here very soon. Looking forward to that when it happens. But right now we got to take a quick break as Matt Kenseth continues to lead the way. But after running just 6 laps out on the racetrack, we'll be back in a moment.
Dumbest Stuff on Wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
So, it's only one Diet Mountain Dew left. Love the taste of Diet Dew. Race you for it. We could do that.
Hold on! The whole thing! Bring it!
Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain.
This tastes so good. Show off!
TireRack.com is more than just an online tire resource. We're your one-stop online tire know-how, know-who, and know-what. With TireRack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it. Speaking of that, know what else? Our prices are practically unbeatable. And that's all you need to know. Buy your next tires at Tire Rack and experience how we're revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
Eric Church brings you 11 brand new songs on his new CD, Chief. Chief includes the hit single, Homeboy. Chief, the new CD from Eric Church. Available now at Target.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by pit crews. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
Once Trevor and his co-workers experienced the sheet metal strafing intensity of NASCAR, their business trips were never the same.
Hey, she's a little loose coming out of the turns, but overall, I think we had a great car today. You guys did an awesome job.
Forfeiting their preferred status was worth discovering that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
I thought our boss was going to need a wrecker, but looks like he made it back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Brickyard, practice number 1 of 2 for the Sprint Cup Series, and we are about 1 hour in to this 1 hour and 15-minute practice session, perhaps or easily one of the most prestigious trophies on the circuit each year is this Brickyard 400 trophy. Not only does it pay a lot of money, but it's up there with some of the most coveted prizes in all of racing, and also it can set the bar for the rest of the season.
You say all of racing, I say all of sports. I think it's a lot like winning the green jacket at the Masters, cutting down the nets whenever you win an NCAA, basketball tournament. There's certain things that you want to win in your coveted sport. Here, you want to win a trophy at the Brickyard. It's just it's the type of history, the type of respect that everybody has for this place.
And only 10 drivers are able to say that they have gotten it done. And they're some of the best in the business. Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick. The list just goes on. And for more on one of those drivers, a 3-time winner here, Jimmy Johnson. Let's go to Wendy.
Thanks, Johnny. And Jimmy Johnson has pulled it in. The car has not been exactly the way Jimmy would prefer it to be. He's 30th in this practice session. The team's trying to make some quick changes as we near down the end of our first practice session. Jimmy Johnson described the car not being able to turn. He said he feels like he needs to put too much steering wheel input into the race car. He needs it to turn more naturally without force. And then he followed up to Chad Knaus's crew chief, if that makes any sense. And you got a 10-4 from Chad Knaus. So still, after this many years and that many championships, when he's describing something for the race car, he still wants to make sure that he's clear as can be to his crew chief.
And Wendy, one of the statistics about drivers that have won this Brickyard and go on to win the championship, 4 of the last 6 winners here have gone on, but 3 times it's been Jimmy Johnson. So you have to take that a little bit with a grain of salt, because those guys not only have had it together here for the Brickyard, but they certainly have it together when it comes to the last 10.
And the biggest thing, Jeff talked about all the elements at the top of the show. The biggest thing that they know, nobody knows better than they do, that they've got to work on, they've got to rectify, is all these issues that they've had on pit road, on pit stops all year long in 2011. And Jimmy Johnson was probably more vocal than he's ever been about that in his post-race comments after Loudon.
And remember, they said there will be some more changes when we get to Indy on that crew. So look for some new tire changers, or at least a new front changer on that 48 car come Sunday. And we talk about pit road woes. I mean, this is what has kept this number 42 car out of victory lane 2 years in a row. Questionable call by Brian Patty, a speeding penalty by Juan Pablo the year before that. This car was the class of the field, I think, both years.
And Juan Pablo is 3rd on the list of all-time laps led at this racetrack. So watch out for Juan. New crew chief, old crew chief, whatever's going to happen, this guy can make it around this racetrack, because he certainly knows it like the back of his hand. Racing Electronics is offering speed viewers a year-long inside deal. Reserve your next race scanner or fan view online for any NASCAR race and save $10. Visit speed.com/deals and click on the Racing Electronics banner for more information.
Each week, 4 new car freaks pit their passions.
I've put all my blood, sweat, and soul into it.
Against their peers.
Rock and roll, baby, let's do this!
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules premieres Wednesday at 9 Eastern, only on Speed.
The American Garage. The temple of the tune-up. The Taj Mahal of overhaul. More of them count on AutoZone parts than ever before. But parts are just part of what we do. Our trusted advice and helping hands approach is everywhere. So, whether it's his place, her place, or the pro's place, parts are just part of what we do.
Get in the zone!
AutoZone.
Sunday, NASCAR Race Day rocks Indy as Johnson and McMurray join us live, and Juan Pablo Montoya discusses his determination to win the 400. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
If you have diabetes and love food, pay attention to this free offer.
Hi, I'm Nicole Johnson. I've had diabetes for years, and I love food. To me, there's nothing tastier than rich chocolate cake. Except maybe crispy oven fried chicken or cheesy potato skins. Get these recipes and many more free in these amazing diabetes cookbooks.
If you have diabetes and are on Medicare, you qualify for these 3 free cookbooks. Call 1-800-951-8059.
Enjoy dozens of yummy recipes for desserts, main dishes, snacks, and more. Plus, get this free guide to planning delicious diabetes-friendly meals. So call now and get cooking.
For your 3 free cookbooks and free meal planning guide, call 1-800-951-8059. That's 1-800-951-8059.
The first of 2 Sprint Cup Series practices here at the Brickyard is winding down. 1 hour, 5 minutes, about 10 to go for these teams. And Casey Kane has not spent too much time out on the racetrack, but the time he has spent, he has obviously made it count. He's still second on the speed chart.
Car looks really good, and again, Wendy talked about it. This move that Casey Kane will make to Hendrick Motorsports next year will be with his crew chief, Kenny Francis. So I think that's really, very important for this team to stay together. They got great continuity, great communication. The thing also about Casey Kane, I want to overlook, we bragged about success that Tony Stewart had during the off weekend. He had a pretty wild ride in a sprint car himself, and only thing he brought back, Larry Mack, was the steering wheel.
Yeah, take a look at this. This is scary.
Williams Grove, Pennsylvania, out of the ballpark here as he gets together with another driver off turn 2. The good news is he walked away and uninjured, which is a beautiful thing.
We're glad to say that Casey is okay after that one. Of course, that brings up that age-old debate that I don't think will ever be solved, or what should these Sprint Cup Series drivers be able to do over the course of the weekend. Of course, Travis Pastrana, his Nationwide Series debut was derailed by an injury in a different series. But, then again, you got to live. These guys live to race, and that's what they do.
Yeah, what Travis was doing, well, it's crazy.
Dangerous.
It's crazy right there. I mean, I know Larry has a very strong feeling about this. You never want to see a driver go out and get himself in a bad situation when you put so much work into a team. Because let's face it, he is the center of our season. And anytime a driver goes out and does something that is fun, like racing sprint cars, and you take a chance of going out of the ballpark, it could end your entire season because of an injury. So it's a very touch and go type of deal, but that's what these guys love to do. They love to turn that wheel.
For more on Casey Kane, let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, guy, I just wanted to add, leaving the racetrack at Loudon, New Hampshire a couple weeks ago, I flew home with Casey Kane, and so I actually drove him from the racetrack to the airport, and he spent that entire time on the telephone talking to people with his World of Outlaw, the sprint car team. Joey Saldana, obviously, was injured, was going to be in the hospital and out of service for a while, and Casey was just, nonchalantly say, well, I'll come drive it next weekend and fill in until we can see what's going on with Joey and doing all that. So we talk about these guys loving to race. Casey Kane, was very eager, number one, to check on the health of his driver, Joey Saldana, but also he was very eager to get behind the wheel of that car, keep it in the owner's points until they could get a permanent replacement. So no surprise at all that Casey Kane was eager to jump behind the wheel of that car on the dirt and get it done.
Well, the thing is, JR, how much more dangerous can it be? Riding in a car with Hermie Sadler driving. I mean, come on now, Hermie. I mean, you got to be careful here.
Hey, I asked him. He was dog tired. We got to the car, and I said, he said, you drive if you don't mind. I said, well, you made it 300 miles pretty unscathed. Are you sure you want to try these last 20 with me? But luckily, traffic was there to keep us slowed down.
It sounds like he was awfully rude to Hermie, though. He stayed on his phone the whole time. Didn't even talk to him.
I don't blame him.
Hey, we've all ridden with Hermie Sadler before. He's a race car driver. He can get it done on the street and on the racetrack.
Well, back to drivers' extracurricular activities, they can't live in a bubble.
True.
And I look back last year. Would I have a problem if my driver played in a pickup basketball game? Absolutely not. But you know what? Denny Hamlin tore his ACL doing it. Would I have a problem if our driver played in a Frisbee game, a Frisbee tournament? I really wouldn't. But you know what? Carl Edwards broke his foot playing Frisbee. So, I don't know. I just think you got to weigh out risk versus reward in what you pick and choose what you do.
And you know what? Larry Mack could well sprain his tongue during an off week talking. And then we wouldn't have you here talking on the weekend.
Whoa.
So that's dangerous, too.
And Regan Smith in a 78 car out on the racetrack right now. He's 10th quickest. He's run a total of 7 laps. Take us to break, JR.
Hey, JR, I think you made your point.
Yes, sir. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, the final minutes of the first practice for the Sprint Cup Series from the Brickyard.
Stuff on Wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Relationships fail. Systems fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine. The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by professionals. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
Send hunger packing with Pizza Hut's Mighty Pizzone, now just $5. Packed with cheese and toppings baked in a golden crust. Choose from pepperoni, meaty, or Supremo. The most flavorful way to satisfy the biggest appetite. The Mighty Pizzone, only $5, only at your Pizza Hut.
Announcing America's favorite cereal is now Honey Nut Cheerios! Yep, America's favorite! So we're celebrating the honey sweetness, crunchy oats, and hey, don't forget me! Honey Nut Cheerios! Make it your favorite too!
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Indianapolis is brought to you by CreditReport.com. See your credit score in seconds. CreditReport.com. Right now, all the credit has to go to Matt Kenseth, the number 17 team. They have led wire to wire in this practice session. Only 6 laps out on the racetrack, but a fastest lap around this place, 174.68 miles per hour.
Taking a look in here at Matt Kenseth in that 17 car again. 6 or 7 laps on the racetrack as far as time lapse are concerned. Continues to try to practice, to try to feel like where this car needs to be for race setup, I believe. Now, the thing that I do find interesting, when you take a look at the top 5, we've got 3 Fords and 2 Toyotas. And interestingly enough, think about it like this. Toyota has no wins here in Indy.
And the other thing I find unique, the fastest 2 Chevrolets, those 2 Earnhardt Ganassi Chevrolets sitting there 8th and 7th. McMurray's 8th and Montoya in the 42 7th. So they're the fastest of the Chevrolet camp.
And they obviously both know how to get around this place. McMurray with the win and Montoya with a couple of near misses at this racetrack over the last 3 seasons.
Starting to see just a little bit of movement in some guys there, not at the very top of the practice sheet, but remember, this is the practice that will dictate the order that they go out to qualify, slowest to fastest tomorrow, a little after 2 p.m. local time.
And that could really bode well for Matt Kenseth, because this racetrack is very heat sensitive. When you get the track to cool off 5 or 6 degrees, JR, you can find yourself a 10th around here real quick.
Weather forecast for the rest of the weekend says just isolated showers in the area, but heat moving up and humidity moving up with it.
But a cloud covering just for a brief moment is worth a lot, because it just gives instant grip to that race car.
Got to be lucky and good, but if you're lucky and good at the same time, you can get a pole here. As practice begins to wind down, a little bit more than 3 minutes left to go here. Matt Kenseth still leading the way, but squeezing in a little bit more work before all is said and done.
And he and Jimmy Finnick right there really working on this race setup in the 17 car. And, you know, we know how good he's been in the early part of the season. Now it's time to pick it up on the second end of this part of the season, and I think that's what they're really trying to focus on. Robbie Gordon, a little bit surprised this car his is not a little bit quicker, because he's usually pretty fast here at Indy, a lot like Tony Stewart, got a lot of experience here.
But what I really don't understand is this practice is just about 3 or 4 minutes from being over. That's the first laps that Robbie Gordon, that 7 car, has cut. We have 48 drivers here, so we're going to have 5 drivers that will not qualify for this Brickyard 400. I think Robbie Gordon is actually locked in. His team car, Scott Wimmer in the 77, will have to qualify on time.
He is in the 35th position, so he don't have to worry about getting knocked out. But I was just surprised, as much as he likes this racetrack, that he wouldn't come here and really put more of an effort to qualify up front.
10th in points with 1 win so far this season. Denny Hamlin is looking good for the chase, but also looking pretty good for this race, as he's currently 3rd on the speed chart. Got to take a quick break here. When we come back, the final few laps of this practice session, just a couple of minutes to go. We'll have it for you.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show. I don't remember the boy wonder having man boobs. I convinced the owner of the original Batmobile to let me break it out of the cave. Dan Neal puts the first affordable electric car to the test.
I kind of like it.
And we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
The Android-powered Casio G's 1 Commando. Shock-resistant, water-resistant, life-resistant.
Experiments fail. Technologies fail. Failure is part of life. Fram filters are tested beyond any conditions you'll ever encounter to help make sure failure is not part of your engine's life. Fram, don't fail your engine.
Something's wrong.
Dad doesn't like to be cheated. Final Destination 5, rated R, in theaters August 12th.
With an eye to the future, America's farmers bring us a renewable energy solution that will strengthen American business, as well as our nation's energy independence. American ethanol, from America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
The first of 2 practices for the Sprint Cup Series here at the famed Brickyard is about over. A little bit more than a minute left here as some drivers are trying to squeeze in a last couple of laps, but this session has been led wire to wire by Matt Kenseth. But just jumping up on the speed chart really quickly towards the end here is Carl Edwards. We mentioned before that the series points leader does very well coming into this race. That's the position Carl Edwards finds himself in. And Tony Stewart is a 2-time winner at this track, so a lot of eyes will be on Smoke as this weekend wears on.
Well, just a few minutes to go in this practice session. I'm just wondering if he's getting ready to try to get out here and lay down a lap. Currently, he's 30th on this practice chart, and you've already pointed out this is what will determine how you go out for qualifying. And I know Tony knows this racetrack, and if he can move up just a little bit, maybe up to 20th or 21st, it could be a big help as far as where he starts come Sunday.
So as we see Tony Stewart come around trying to get one more lap in here quickly in the closing seconds here as he crosses the start-finish line. Let's see if he moved up at all.
Oh, yeah.
And boy, did he ever.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Jumps all the way up to 17th. That will be a big plus as far as this 14 car is concerned come qualifying time.
And the difference between qualifying in the 30th position and the 17th position could be huge at this racetrack.
You just don't know, and there you see this practice is over. As Jeff and I were talking earlier, you just don't want to be one of the first drivers out because this track is going to sit here for about 2.5 hours, and the oils just bleed up out of the asphalt, so you at least want to be, I would say, mid-pack or later.
Let's now go to Hermie Sadler, who is standing by with A.J. Allmendinger. Hermie?
Hey, A.J. Allmendinger, driver this Best Buy Ford. Now, you have a lot of heat in this garage. You've got Jack Roush walking around, Richard Petty walking around, but more importantly, tell us about your work today so far with new crew chief Greg Irwin.
I think it's been good. You know, we kind of started off in like a half qualifying trim and just kept working on that. This is a place that notoriously I've never been great at qualifying here. I've never been terrible, but never been great. So I think just learning each other. I was happy with the session. You know, we kept working on the car. We had working on the rear at first. We were a little bit loose, and that last qualifying run there made it a little bit tight. So we're making differences with the race car, but more than anything, we're just learning each other. When I say something, what that means to him, and vice versa. So, so far so good. Best Buy Ford, I think, is fairly quick. We definitely got a little bit of work to do on it. We'll go out and race trim next practice, keep working on it. But so far so good.
That's A.J. Allmendinger. Wendy?
And the 17 of Matt Kenseth obviously is good in qualifying trim there at the top of the chart as we end this first practice session. Race trim, however, is a different story. He said he felt okay in race trim, and that's something they're going to work on in the next practice session. Johnny?
Wendy, thanks a lot. As we take a look at the speed chart on this first practice session of the day, some of your championship contenders who are looking good for qualifying order, Matt Kenseth and Denny Hamlin, Carl Edwards as well. A little back farther on the list, though not looking so good for qualifying position, is Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick.
There you see Jeff Burton in that 31 car has a pole here at Indy. New crew chief for Jeff up there in the top 10 with the 31 car.
So Matt Kenseth leads the way in the practice session, but the work continues for Greg Biffle and company and the rest of the Sprint Cup Series. They got a little break now, and then they will be back, and we will be back with full coverage of the second Sprint Cup Series practice here on Speed. Now it is time for NASCAR Live.
You know, it's hard to put into words what it feels like to be a part of the pomp and circumstance here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, to look over your shoulder to see that pagoda, all the history that's been here. We're going to talk about all this and lots more on this 30 Minutes of NASCAR Live. But first, we go to my buddy, Mr. Randy Pemberton.
Well, there's new crew chiefs up and down the corridor here inside the Indianapolis garage area, and we're going to talk to one of them that's got a brand new high-profile position coming up on NASCAR Live. You're watching NASCAR Live, and it starts right now. It's presented by Geico.
It's the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Since 1909, the best race car drivers in the world have roared around this 2.5-mile speedway. And this weekend, NASCAR is back in town. Welcome to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. I'm Bob Dillner, and we are excited for the Brickyard 400 weekend. We're actually right in the middle of 2 practice sessions for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. But today, we got a lot going on speed. Let's take a look at today's menu. All right, right after this, as promised, the final one of the day, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice. Then we'll go over to Lucas Oil Speedway there, just down the road from Indianapolis for NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying. Then we'll come back here, actually, later on tonight for Trackside Live, presented by Walmart. A.J. Allmendinger and a guy that said he has a red-hot smoking wife will be on that show here tonight. And, of course, the setup tonight at 7 p.m., and that'll be followed by the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race live right here on Speed. And, folks, today here at Indianapolis, a big welcome back as well to Kyle Petty. He'll join me here on NASCAR Live, but we got a lot more coming up in the next 30 minutes here on NASCAR Live. Practice highlights, the first one already in the books here at the Brickyard. Matt Kenseth, the fastest car of all. And, of course, the big news this weekend, that man, Jeff Burton, with a brand new crew chief. We'll hear from him, and Randy Pemberton will speak to his new crew chief. And Rutledge Wood, he joins us, and he will talk about one of the most profound places here at the Brickyard, Gasoline Alley. As I said, Kyle Petty back with me from his stint at TNT and refreshed from a weekend off. You ready for the Brickyard?
You can't help but be. Look at there's a crowd behind us. You can't help but be ready for the Brickyard, man.
We got a lot of people. We're going to talk about the first practice session coming up here today. The top 5 very fast around this 2.5-mile speedway. In fact, 5th fastest in practice here today. Take a look, actually, the 4th fastest car. Carl Edwards in that number 99 machine, and he's got a cloud of uncertainty around his future right now still.
Yeah, he's still trying to figure out what he's going to do next year. This year, he's just put his nose to the grindstone, and they've been right there in the top 2 or 3 in points. It surprises me that he's this good here right off the bat, because I didn't think the Roush cars were that good at Pocono.
Roush car is very good, but so is a Joe Gibbs car as well. That car right there, Denny Hamlin, he tweeted earlier this week, this was his weekend. He's got a brand new car, and he was top 3 in that practice session.
And you know, a lot of times you bring a brand new car to the racetrack, you don't have any history with it, and as a driver, you're really excited about it. As a crew member or a crew chief, you're nervous as heck about it because you know nothing about it.
The good thing for our next driver, he kept all 4 wheels on the ground after that World of Outlaws flip just a few days ago. Casey Kane, second quick in the Red Bull car.
Yeah, but I think going out and being second fastest, and they didn't run a lot of laps. They went out and were fast right off the bat, so they knew they were close. It put to rest all the speculation and all the chatter about should guys run other races and how that should happen. He come here and it silenced everyone.
And how about this, topping the charts, the 3rd Roush Fenway car in the top 5 here today. Matt the Brat Kenseth in that number 17 machine, looking pretty stout.
Looking incredibly stout. And it's funny, on another show, I picked Matt to win the Brickyard. When I saw him go to the top of the chart, I was laughing a little bit at everybody that laughed at me when I picked him.
I tell you what, Matt Kenseth looking good for sure here. Let's get down to the garage area. We have 2 people patrolling that area for us today. Number 1, Randy Pemberton, and number 2, Rutledge Wood. It's our Geico Pit Report. Rutledge.
Hey, thanks, Bob. You know, a very familiar face is back this week. We're so glad to have him. This is Scott Speed, back in a Cup car for your first time this year. You got a 3-race deal. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting. Obviously, being out of the seat for a while, I had to knock off some cobwebs at the beginning, but So far, so good. The cars are fun to drive. To drive around this place in one of these is a blast.
Well, I know, obviously, you're feeling that everybody out here, we've been missing seeing you. You're one of the best guys to have out here. So much fun. But life has not been slow at home for you this year, has it?
No, definitely not. We found out we were pregnant, I think, in February, and that's been a trip. We're due in the late September. So basically what's happened is I've gone from getting like preferential race car driver treatment from my wife the last like 3 years, which she really helps out a lot, to now I'm pretty much doing everything, which is, it's fun. I mean, I'm doing all kinds of stuff around the house and you know, experiencing life, you know, in a totally different way.
Well, hey, I want you to know we're all pulling for you. Hope the 37 goes great for these next 3 weeks. We want to see you out all year.
All right, I'm working on it.
That's Godspeed. Randy?
Hey, thanks, Rut. You know, we talk a lot about tires. We've done so a lot this season, and that's because tires have played into the finishes of these races so very often, and it probably will happen again at Indy this weekend. Now, take a look at all these tires that they have stacked up here. 310 sets they have here, each team getting 8 sets for practice and qualifying. And I'll tell you what, a brand new tire combination here at Indy, the left side and the right side. The right side has a new construction as well as a new compound, and what they're trying to do is give these guys some more grip on the right side and have them last a little bit longer. It's really going to play into the overall aspect of this race, and don't be surprised if over the last stop or two, guys take 2, guys take none, some may take 4, but who's it going to be? Who's going to win, and what kind of strategy? It's all going to come down to tires, guys.
Well, Randy, we could always count on Randy Pemberton for giving us the tire report every single weekend and finding out what's going on in that situation. But tires, always key here at the Brickyard.
Yeah, we can go back to the tire fiasco that they had here a few years ago, but I think you look at tires, and Goodyear's done a tremendous job. They've taken the tires and made them part of the strategy. We go back to 2 tire stops, we go back to 4 tire stops. You can go back in the history of the sport. Richard Petty won the Daytona 500 with no tires on 1 stop. Bobby Allison wins a race down there with 2 tires, and it's 2 tires, 4 tires. In the past, we got into that stage where it was 4 tires, 4 tires, 4 tires, no strategy. Now strategy is huge.
You know, I think strategy is huge, especially here at Indianapolis, because of one thing. Track position, so crucial. How hard, as a driver, is it to pass here?
I don't think the best place to pass is on pit road. And drivers joke about it all the time. You got a good crew and pass on pit road, that's the best. It's really hard to get positions. And if you notice, most of the passing is done on the 2 short chutes. You take position away once you get into turn 1, once you get into turn 3. And being able to rotate that car and have that track position is important. Clean air, critical here. Ask Juan Pablo. He dominated, gets caught back in traffic on a bad pit call, and never recovers.
And qualifying tomorrow afternoon here at the Brickyard, that will be ultra important because of that track position. Coming up on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico, we'll have more from Indianapolis Motor Speedway, including we'll hear from Jeff Burton and his new crew chief.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com. And by Allstate. Mayhem is everywhere. Protect yourself. Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Let's do this! Let's do this! That's how you do a donut.
They want you to come to the conference room. Jack, come to the conference room.
Okay.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
Still at the office? Man, you need a vacay. Don't have to go far for fun. Ride a dune buggy or scuba diving. Pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. So many super destinations, such low rates.
This is Lisa, who tries to stay ahead of her class. Morning starts with arthritis pain. That's 2 pills before the first bell. It's time for recess and more pills. Afternoon art starts and so does her knee pain. That's 2 more pills. Almost done, but hang on. Her doctor recommended Aleve because it can relieve pain all day with just 2 pills. This is Lisa, who switched to Aleve and fewer pills for a day free of pain. And get the all-day pain relief of Aleve in liquid gels.
Eric Church brings you 11 brand new songs on his new CD, Chief. Chief includes the hit single, Homeboy. Chief, the new CD from Eric Church. Available now at Target.
There's a new team in the garage. NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to introduce American ethanol, a renewable energy solution that is the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
To those who don't expect us to go all out on every lap, we've got one word for you: tough.
One practice session down, one to go for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series here at the Indianapolis. Here on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Dillner, and who would have thought that at this juncture of the season, Jeff Burton would have no top 10s? Because of that, in the off weekend, Todd Berrier out as his crew chief. Luke Lambert is in. Here's what Jeff Burton had to say about his new crew chief in the media center today.
It's been chaotic. I mean, obviously things came together really quickly, and you know, it's hard to, with so much chaos. I don't want to say chaos, but so much going on in a short period of time. It's you know, we got to get over that first. But yeah, it's been fun to have interaction, and I just think that just the way things were going, you know what I mean. It just obviously it was been a terrible year, and everybody, even though everybody was bringing 100%, when you get down, your 100% isn't when you're up 100%. So, you know, I think we have a little spring in our step, and everybody's excited.
Frustration certainly key for that team, and I think that's why they made the move this week. Let's go down to the garage area here at the Brickyard and find out more about Luke Lambert from our own Randy Pemberton.
Well, thanks, Bob. The guy on top of the box this weekend, Luke Lambert, taking over for Todd Berrier on the number 31 Caterpillar Chevrolet Richard Childress Racing. Of course, driver Jeff Burton. I would say they're kind of throwing you into the deep end here. It is Indianapolis. Are you nervous a little bit?
I mean, I keep hearing that from a lot of people, but it's really just another race for all of us. I mean, all these guys here, everybody back at the shop, we all work really hard for every one of these events, and you know, it's just another race to all of us. We work just as hard for every single one of them. So, to me, I mean, it's a big deal, but there's not really a lot of added pressure because of the location of the event. So,
Luke, a lot of people don't know your name, but you've been with this organization for quite some time, working as an engineer. So none of this stuff is going to be new to you here this weekend, except for actually calling the shot.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I've been involved in working with other crew chiefs, working with Todd for a long time, doing race strategy and stuff. So it's not completely a new deal. I've worked with this team for a while. I've worked with Jeff for a while, and all these guys are really experienced. We're all very used to working with each other and communicating with each other. So it's not a fresh start for by any means for any of us.
Luke, congratulations on your new position. Good luck the entire weekend.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so Luke Lambert takes over here, Bob. And if you're wondering, you know, we've had a lot of crew chief changes here in the recent weeks. Now, a lot of these guys end up staying at the organization, and I wonder why. Some of it might be they don't want any of that information going over to a competing team.
I think you are absolutely onto something there. And let's take a look at some of these crew chief changes since June 1st. Talking about 6 weeks, and there have been 5 crew chief changes. But I think the key thing is they're not only injecting enthusiasm into the team, but not letting those old crew chiefs go. As Randy said, there's something to that.
Yeah, and there is something to that. But, you know, I don't look at crew chief changes as big as a lot of people do, I think. I look at this as a quarterback change in the middle of the season, or a quarterback change in the middle of a game, or a pitcher change. It's all about winning. And these guys, if you look at the crew chief changes, I may be mistaken, but none of the guys that are in the chase right now have changed crew chiefs. So the guys that are trying to catch up have to make a move and have to do something. And it's just like he just said. These guys are already part of the team. They know the team. It's not a major change. It is a chemistry change, but it's not a major change.
It's all about getting into the chase. Let's take a look at the current NASCAR Sprint Cup Series standings coming into the Brickyard. Here's the top 10. Right now locked in. These are the guys that would definitely be in the chase. Carl Edwards is your point leader. Denny Hamlin right there on the bubble. He has 1 victory on the season, so he's looking good this weekend, 3rd in that practice session. But Here is the unknown right now. We have the wild card. And right now, the two guys locked in are Tony Stewart and also David Reagan. You have to be top 20 in points with a victory to get in here. So there's a lot of battle going on right there.
And with a victory is key. I think we look in the top 10 and you see Earnhardt Jr. is the only guy without a win. You see Tony is the next guy without a win. Clint without a win. Those guys, I think, to make the chase, they've got to make the points, but they're going to have wins too.
And the thing is right now, you take a look at Brad Keselowski, who sits 23rd in points, Regan Smith 27th. They have that victory to get them in, but they're not top 20 in points. And the guy that could spell trouble for the rest of the competition, Marcus Ambrose, if he gets in, he could win the Glen and get in the chase.
Yeah, he wins a race at the chase, or wins the Glen, he gets in. You look at Brad. Brad was only 4 or 5 points out going into New Hampshire. Had a bad race, drops back 25. If Brad gets in, if Brad was sitting there 19th, we're not talking Tony Stewart in 11th right now. We're talking David Reagan, and we're talking Brad Keselowski. So I think when you look at it, that's why I say those guys like Tony Stewart, those guys like Greg Biffle, those guys like Junior, they've got to make a win or have a win happen for them, not only the points.
A lot of action today here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but are you ready to go tailgating tonight?
I'm ready. Let's go now.
Tonight on Speed, the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, beating and banging under the lights. Don't miss the action from Indianapolis tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, live on Speed, the exclusive home of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. You saw Rutledge Wood a little while ago. Well, guess what? That is a very famous place here at the Brickyard. He'll give you a tour of Gasoline Alley.
Tonight, the action keeps rolling from Indy when the wildest party in racing welcomes special guest Pastor Joe Nelms.
Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife.
Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Indianapolis tonight at 6 Eastern on Speed.
This summer, we're all getting a shot at Victory Lane. The Sprint Summer Showdown presented by the HTC Evo 3D is giving a driver, their charity, and one lucky fan a shot at $1 million each. Pick your driver at sprint.com/speed to enter today.
Are you ready to save up to 95% on what you want most? Then try Quibbits.com, an exciting new way to shop for products like iPads, MacBooks, HDTVs, cameras, appliances, and more. Imagine getting a new Apple iPad today for just $23.74. Or how about a Samsung 50-inch TV for as little as $84.95? Or a brand new Honda Civic for $1,800. On Quibbits, deals like this happen every day. Quibbits is a unique auction website. Each auction starts at 0. When someone places a bid, the price increases by as little as 1 cent. The result is insanely low prices. On Quibbits, you can save up to 95% off retail.
I got a MacBook Pro laptop for $67.
Stop everything and visit Quibbits.com right now. Enter the promo code below to receive 10 free bids. That's QUIBIDS.com. Go to Quibbits.com now.
This is NASCAR Live presented by Geico, and we are at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That view right there, that track, it's like a city in itself. We have a championship golf course right here, right next to the racetrack, where 15 holes are outside the track. 3 of them, this is how big this place is, 3 of them are inside this facility, Kyle Petty.
I know, I played it before, and most of the golf balls I hit ended up on the track. Not anywhere close to the golf course.
Well, you know, we've been here at Indianapolis now for the Brickyard 400 for 17 years. We go back to 1994. You finished 10th in that race. What were your first memories that first year of this race?
You know, the first memories I had was coming here for the tire test when it was Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt Sr. and a bunch of us came up here. Had a huge crowd. And to go out here, you just feel the history when you walk in this place. To me, I've always felt the history going into Daytona, but I think people feel the history going into Augusta for the Masters, going into the old Boston Gardens for a basketball game. But you felt the history of all the drivers who have driven here before. You talk about since 1900 and some that people have been racing here and the history of the great drivers that have run here. I think you felt that, and that was the cool part. I didn't think that we would ever be accepted the way we have been, but it's amazing to spend 17 years.
You surprised Rutledge Wood has been accepted the way he has around the NASCAR community?
Rutledge Wood is the greatest guy in the world. What are you talking about? He's my man.
He's a fan of the people, and he knows a thing or two about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, don't you, Rut?
I do. My favorite part is when Kyle got wrecked here and thought that he might be going to hell for a moment because he heard Sterling Marlin's voice, and turns out that they had both wrecked. Oh, that's a good time. That's for another place. We're down here, Kyle, at Gasoline Alley. Now, this place, obviously legendary. The coolest part is this really separates everything that goes on at the track. This is the main drag for getting in and out of the garage, all the years of history that are here. If you look right over here, we got the pagoda. Of course, the obvious Asian influence. You can see that all over, and that's really a sign for people, hey, we're at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's a great place. Incredible museum here if you ever have time to check it out. Garage behind me, right? You can go right up here with all the fans, check it out. You can look down into a bunch of the garage stalls. And then back here, there is more of Gasoline Now. You can come check it out. But I want to come talk to some fans because that's what I love to do. That's what I get to be here for. And these are some sweet people. This is JR and
Teresa.
Now, you guys have been coming here how long?
Since 2001.
And you don't come to the Indy races, just the NASCAR races, right?
That's right.
Because why?
Because these cars are like going out in your backyard in the garage and building them from scratch.
And you said you'd never see those Indy guys working on their cars, right?
No.
That's what I love about you. She said those guys would never do it. JR, what do you love so much about Gasoline Alley?
Oh, I just love the speed channel guys, and I love the roar of the engines coming through here and the smell of the fuel. It's awesome.
JR, thank you guys for being here. Now, Kyle, wasn't it that when they were trying to put you on a stretcher and pick you up, that the paramedic was standing on your ponytail, which is why you were screaming every time they lifted you up?
Standing on my ponytail, and Sterling said I screamed like a girl, but I don't believe that. I was unconscious at the time. Thanks for telling that story, Rutledge. Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome. It's because I love you.
Yeah, I know, and I love you too, man.
You know, my favorite thing about this place is the yellow shirts.
Oh, yeah.
They have so much history here. You go down Gasoline Alley, and the one guy told me a few years ago, I've been coming here since 1950-something. I remember little Al Unser when he was in diapers. So, you know, you come back to this place, and NASCAR has really been firmly planted ever since 1994.
Yeah, you know, I think Tony George and those guys, when they started here, and Bill France Jr. said, we don't want to break tradition. We want to start a new tradition. And I think they've started a tremendous tradition with what the Brickyard has become.
Certainly started a tradition here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We got a lot more to come here on NASCAR Live, including hearing from some of the drivers in the media center. You never know what you're going to get there.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Castrol Edge, with titanium fluid strength technology, is tested and perfected to be our strongest oil, no matter what you put it through. Castrol Edge, now with titanium fluid strength technology, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Ask me.
If you think even the best bed can only lie there,
Ask me what it's like when my Tempur-Pedic moves.
talk to someone who owns an adjustable version of the most highly recommended bed in America.
Ask me about my Tempur Advanced Ergo.
Ask me about having all the right moves.
These are real Tempur Advanced Ergo owners. Find one for yourself. Check out Twitter. Try your friends on Facebook. See what they have to say, unedited.
Goes up. Ask me what it's like to get a massage anytime you want. Goes down. Ergonomics.
Ergonomics. Tempur-Pedic brand owners are more satisfied than owners of any traditional mattress brand.
問我點解唔想離開我嘅Ergo?
Ask me why I'm glad I didn't wait till I'm too old to enjoy this.
Start asking real owners.
Ask me how to make your first move.
Call 1-800-986-2226 for your free DVD and information kit. To find an authorized dealer near you, visit Tempur-Pedic.com.
Tempur-Pedic, the most highly recommended bed in America.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in part by Goof Off, the miracle remover. Gets out the tough stuff ordinary cleaners can't. And by Denny's. America's Diner is always open.
Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla is all new and a must-see as Adam takes the original Batmobile for a spin. He also finds out how many fine young ladies he can cram into a Mini Cooper. You don't want to miss that. The Car Show, Wednesday night at 10 Eastern, only on Speed. You know, what happens in the media center stays in the media center, right? Absolutely not. Carl Edwards, the hot topic here today in Indianapolis, his contract status for next year, and that's what a lot of drivers spoke about today in the media center.
I really look back at the tough times that the 99 team and the Roush organization have been through in the last year or so, and how they stuck together as a team and came through that. There's a lot to be said about that, and I feel that they can face adversity, and when you get into the chase, it's very rare to have all 10 races go your way. I don't even know if it's ever happened before.
Whether or not he's staying or going, it's a big distraction. It's a lot on his mind. And I think it's unfortunate, in some ways, because I think this is the best year I've seen Carl have with a team and a car capable of winning the championship. And if those things are all playing out, let's say he's going somewhere else. They're done. I just don't see them winning the championship, knowing that they're leaving, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, we're working hard on the contract stuff. I've heard a lot of different ideas out there, but it still remains the same. I'm gonna make the decision that's the best one I can make, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that outside of the media. I'm not. That's the way I want to keep it going. Right now, I have signed a contract, and that's a contract I signed in 2008 to race for Jack in 9, 10, and 11 and try to win the championship. So that is my mission. That's the only contract I have signed right now, and that's the one I'm going to honor. So, that's what I'm doing.
Very interesting comments by four-time champion Jeff Gordon on Carl Edwards' championship hopes if he goes to another team. Let's go down to the garage area for final thoughts from Randy Pemberton.
Well, let's get some comments from last year's winner here at Indy, Jamie McMurray. Man, that was a great race last year. Talk a little bit about that and how your car is here this weekend.
Well, surprisingly, we actually are able to run the same setup we did last year. It's the first time all year that we've been able to do that, and both our car and the 42 had pretty good speed. So we've switched over to race trim now. And we're not going to put the setup in that we won with last year. We're going to try something a little different. But I feel really good about our Bass Pro Chevy. It had good speed, and Indy's a unique track in that it's hard to find speed, but it's really easy to lose it. And I thought that we had really good speed the whole time there. So I'm pretty excited about the start to the weekend.
All right, Jamie McMurray hoping to kiss the bricks again here this weekend. Rutledge?
Thanks, Randy. I just want to remind everybody, Trackside Live tonight, Kyle Petty and I take over the show. We got Pastor Joe. That's right, the guy that gave the invocation in Nashville. He's going to be on the show with us. That's at 6 o'clock, right before the setup. It's 7 for the truck race. AJ Allmendinger, Austin Dillon's going to be joining us from IRP. So make sure you join. Bobby?
All right, Rutledge, real quick, Kyle. Can Carl Edwards win the championship if he goes to JGR?
Yeah. He can win it there, and he can win it at Roush's this year.
Well,
he can win it both places.
There you go. We got a lot more to come today on Speed. Practice up next, and around the break, we'll also hear from everything in the world of motorsports on Speed Center.
As your power steering pump ages, seal leaks may occur, causing the power steering system to lose fluid. Your power steering system may also develop an annoying squeal, and the steering may become more difficult to handle. By using Lucas Power Steering Stop Leak, you will stop the seal leaks, reduce slack in rack and pinions, eliminate the squeals and hard spots in your power steering system. It is guaranteed to stop seal leaks or your money back. Lucas Power Steering Stop Leak. It works.
I love racing. I love to rock. And I love to refresh. Life on the road feels like home because a Dollar General is never far away.
You could see Darius Rucker live at Chicagoland Speedway and win a 2011 Toyota Tundra. Coca-Cola's Race, Rock, and Refresh sweepstakes. Enter for your chance to win at DollarGeneral.com.
Still at the office? Man, you need a vacay. Don't have to go far for fun. Ride a dune buggy or scuba diving. Pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. So many super destinations, such low rates.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Welcome into the Speed Center. Plumbing going on this weekend. Time to get you where you need to be. In case you missed it, the first Cup practice of the weekend in Indianapolis is over. And topping the speed chart, you see it right there. Matt Kenseth in front of Casey Kane, Denny Hamlin, and Carl Edwards in the top 5 as well. Practice number 2 coming your way on speed in a few minutes. Right now, we got a little Formula One. Cars on track for a couple of practice sessions today in Hungary, and perhaps a chink in the F1 armor at Red Bull. Last week at Germany, the first time this season, the championship leader Sebastian Vettel didn't finish on the podium. Red Bull's loss might be McLaren's gain. Lewis Hamilton, last week's winner, dominating both sessions today. He already owns 2 victories at the track. Mark Webber's first practice ended early after he tagged the wall head on. He was 4th quick prior to the crash. And then there's his teammate, defending F1 champ Sebastian Vettel, 2nd in P1, 5th in P2. Hungary hasn't exactly been his best friend. He has never won at the track. Having said that, he does still have a huge advantage when it comes to the championship standings. 77 markers in front of his teammate Mark Webber. Lewis Hamilton in 3rd. So here it is. Vettel could sit out the next 3 races and still have the championship lead. Let's hear from Vettel.
I think last 2 races, obviously, we didn't win, and yeah, Ferrari in particular, but also McLaren, they have improved their cars, so it's getting very tight. So we need to work harder to make sure that, soon it's the other way around again.
We do have a positive buzz in the team, but without a doubt, we know it's going to be massively tough this weekend with the tyre cooling, pit stops, the tyres, the way they degrade. But we'll be pushing as hard as we can.
World Rally deep in the woods of Finland. Check this out. Day 2 complete. Sebastian Ogier held back in the final stage today, letting his teammate Sebastian Loeb take a 2.5-second lead so he can sweep the road for Ogier tomorrow. Aside from Austin Dillon's Nashville faceplant last weekend, things going pretty well for the Dillon family these days. Austin a big part of the title chase in the Truck Series, while little bro Ty putting on a clinic in the ARCA Racing Series. Try this, 5 wins in 11 races, and he was looking for number 6 last night in Indy, but he got quite a battle from 17-year-old Ryan Blaney. Lap 32, Blaney passing Dillon on the inside for the point. Then lap 165, Dillon going back to the lead as he slides around Dakota Armstrong. Ty Dillon gets the victory, his 6th of the year.
Flash did an awesome job dialing this car, and we were fast all day. And just the transfer in tonight just took too long for us. Flash dialed her in right there at the end, and she was really fast. We were good on restarts all day. I just can't thank these guys enough. Build another rocket ship. Man, this is awesome, and hopefully we can just keep on counting on these wins.
Following ARCA last night, a USAC doubleheader. The midgets get it started. Kyle Larson led all but 6 laps for his 2nd win of the season. Then we had the Silver Crown cars wrapping things up. Cody Swanson took over the lead from Levi Jones with 80 laps to go and hung on to get the trophy. Tony Stewart doing something he had never done before, holding off a hard-charging Sammy Swindell Wednesday night in Canada to pick up his first ever win in World of Outlaw competition. And yeah, after the race, Smoke knew exactly what to say.
How does it feel?
Holy shit. And the good thing is NASCAR can't penalize me for it, so what an awesome night.
Yes, he said it. Smoke, glad to be back home. And Sprint Cup Series practice number 2 will have him on track in a matter of moments right here on Speed. Speed Center back here tonight at 5:30. It's a NASCAR edition leading up to Camping World Truck Series competition. It's a busy weekend, and there is only one place to be. Right here on Speed, here's John Roberts.
Thanks, Adam. We appreciate it. Welcome back, everybody, once again to the famed Brickyard as we get ready for practice number 2 of the day for the Sprint Cup Series. At the other end of this weekend is one of the most prestigious trophies in all of sports and a very big payday, and perhaps the end to a very long winless streak for some of the drivers. Many have won so far this year. Many have yet to win, but what a better place to get it done than here at the Brickyard. Hello, everybody. I'm John Roberts alongside of Larry McReynolds and Jeff Hammond. Want to welcome you back once again here to the Brickyard for practice number 2. There are 2 1-hour and 15-minute sessions. The first session we saw today saw Matt Kenseth in the number 17 car, a 2-time second-place finisher at this racetrack, leading the way on the speed chart. But, Jeff, there's something about Roush Fenway Racing when it comes to this place. They haven't been able to win so far, and this is one of the racetracks, one of the very few racetracks, actually 3, where they have not scored a Sprint Cup victory yet.
Well, having worked for Jack Roush, I do know this here, JR. He works extremely hard to overcome any deficiency he has in his program. Indianapolis is one of those. You've got to believe. As we take a look right here at Matt Kenseth, lay down that very fast lap early on. But the thing is, for him to have this kind of speed right off the truck has got to be kind of worrisome for a lot of, I think, other competitors, because the Fords have been very, very strong so far during this practice session, along with guys like Matt Kenseth and Carl Edwards being quick.
There were 3 Roush Fenway Fords in the top 5, and Larry Mack, we got 2 practice sessions today. They're similar in length, but they're probably going to be a little bit different in outcome.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers have 4 hours practice total before qualifying. Now, it's not an impound weekend. They'll qualify. The guys will get the cars back in the garage area, get them ready to race, but there's no practice after qualifying tomorrow. But I think because that first practice set the qualifying order, we know for a fact now Matt Kenseth will be the last of the 48 drivers to go out for qualifying, because it was set only by that first practice. We saw only maybe about 8 or 10 drivers in the first practice that ran 10 laps or more, because I think there was a lot of focus on qualifying. I think we'll see longer runs in this practice. Everyone's kind of put qualifying aside, probably wait till that practice in the morning to get back on track with the qualifying setup.
Well, this is a big weekend for crew chiefs, because there's a lot of fuel strategy and basic strategy to begin with that goes into this weekend. Let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Thanks, Johnny. I'm with Gil Martin here in the 29 garage stall. They call this the brick oven in here because you guys are so tight in here, but conditions are a little bit cooler than we expected. How has that affected the race trim of that first practice session?
Well, I mean, our Jimmy John Chevrolet is pretty fast right now. We're pretty happy with it. The sun's not out like it was. We've been watching the storm go by all day long above us, and it's been pretty welcome. The cool breeze that's coming between these garages has helped a lot, but I think it's going to be good this afternoon, and the track's staying about the same.
All right, we look forward to the second practice session. Johnny, one thing's for sure, they have some AC in these garages. Well, fake AC with the fan blowing over everyone.
Well, even fake AC is okay AC out here, because as they said last weekend, to coin a phrase from last weekend's nationwide race, it is smoking hot in the garage area right now. We're going to take a quick break. We're getting closer and closer to cars on the track for the second Sprint Cup Series practice. Stay with us, everyone.
Yeah, I overloaded it, but it was a test truck, right? I don't know what the total weight of the trailer is, but those grown cows, if we have 12 in there, do the math. I mean, that's pretty close to, I don't know what. It's lots of weight. I was really expecting to break the rear spring, but they never did. So I guess they're tougher than I thought they were.
After 100,000 miles, we took it apart to see how it held up. See what happened next at youtube.com/Tundra.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by pit crews. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
The American Garage. The temple of the tune-up. The Taj Mahal of overhaul. More of them count on AutoZone parts than ever before. But parts are just part of what we do. Our trusted advice and helping hands approach is everywhere. So, whether it's his place, her place, or the pro's place, parts are just part of what we do.
Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
At Bayer, we're reinventing aspirin for pain relief with new extra strength Bayer Advanced Aspirin. It has microparticles, enters the bloodstream faster, and rushes relief to the site of pain. It's clinically proven to relieve pain twice as fast. New Bayer Advanced Aspirin.
Because of these changes, the battle for the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series trophy is going to be one for the history books. Let's continue by taking a look at some of the new cars that you'll see on track this year. Collect all 4.
Are there going to be any drivers on this tour?
Ta-da!
Can they breathe in there?
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Indianapolis is brought to you by Touch of Gray. Gets rid of some gray, never all. By AutoZone. For the auto parts, accessories, and advice you need, get in the zone. AutoZone. And by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. We are just a few moments away from seeing NASCAR's best on this racetrack here at the Brickyard as we get prepared for the Brickyard 400. There is a lot of traffic going on down in the garage area, a very busy place, and that's where we find our friend Randy Pemberton. Randy?
Hey, thanks, JR. It's quiet down here right now. Get ready to fire the engines. But I just wanted you to get a look back here. This is in the garage area. Check out the traffic jam with everybody getting ready to get on the racetrack. Cars lined up as far as you can see back that way. Of course, Dale Earnhardt Jr. sitting right here. We got the 43 of A.J. Allmendinger waiting to back out, but he can't back out because Jeff Gordon's right here. Clint Boyer behind him all the way through the garage. These guys getting ready to hit it. And Larry, you were talking a little bit about this practice session. I, too, agree and did poll some people down here. It's going to be 90% race runs. If, in fact, you had a pretty bad Q run out there today in the first practice session, maybe you might go back to it at the end of this session. But most everybody will not do another Q run until tomorrow morning's practice session. Guys?
And Randy, the reason being for that was that's the way we set the qualifying order, was by that first practice. So everybody wanted to get the fastest lap because the fastest cars go out last in qualifying, and that can be an advantage.
Well, we know certainly our go or go home drivers, a lot of those considered 5 will not make this show. They may stay in qualifying trim, even though it will not affect where they go out. But their first race is to make this race. So probably see a lot of those still making practice qualifying runs.
And last place finisher in this race takes home a very big paycheck.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Like
really big.
Almost $100,000, isn't it? Something
Yes,
like
sir.
that. Yeah, it is a big payday for everybody right there. But we take a look here again at the practice session we had earlier. Matt Kenseth. I think Casey Kane kind of turned a lot of heads in that number 4 Toyota of his because, let's face it, Toyota hasn't gone to victory lane up here in all the years they've been involved with the race here in Indianapolis. But a lot of guys, as you see, are involved in that chase right now. From Carl Edwards, David Reagan, Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon. They're all got fast race cars and looking really, really strong right now, as well as the 11 car Denny Hamlin.
A couple of drivers that catches my eye, they need something good to happen. Last year's winner, Jamie McMurray, doesn't even have a top 5 finish here in 2011. See him 8th quickest. And Jeff Burton, working with the new crew chief, looking for his first top 10 finish of the year, 10th quickest in that practice.
At least he's got a top 10 in practice. Hopefully that will translate over into race time. Got to take a quick break, but as we see the cars rolling, when we come back here on Speed, we will have the second Sprint Cup Series practice of the day from the Brickyard for you. Stay with us.
Tonight, the trucks invade Indianapolis. Get fired up as the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, speeding and banging under the lights. A little contact! The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Indianapolis, tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Android-powered Casio Gs1 Commando. Shock resistant, water resistant, life resistant.
Is your computer running slowly?
Does it take more than 3 seconds for your email to load?
Are you frustrated with error messages, blue screens, computer freezes, and crashes? These are not only annoying, but can cause permanent damage to your computer.
If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, your computer and your privacy may be at risk, because these are usually the telltale signs of a virus, and it can only get worse until you act. Get a free diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
My Clean PC is outstanding, and my computer is running faster than ever.
My Clean PC came through with flying colors when no one else could.
My Clean PC totally cleaned up my system and increased my speed.
MyCleanPC.com can remove spyware, viruses, and infected emails, all speeding up your PC's performance. It offers all-in-one protection, and it's been downloaded by millions of users.
Even if you have antivirus software, your computer could still be infected. Find out instantly with a free comprehensive diagnosis at mycleanpc.com.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second of 2 Sprint Cup Series practice sessions at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Perhaps one of the best-known sporting venues in all the world. The Brickyard comes with a very big paycheck and a very prestigious trophy. And here we see the best of NASCAR getting ready to take the track and getting ready for some racing runs.
JR, a little while ago, you guys were talking about last place finishes. We went back and double-checked. $132,000 to finish last. So, as Larry was pointing out, during this practice session, if you don't have everything working like you need to, if you're one of those slower race cars, you better find some speed. There's a lot of money on the line.
That's almost double what a lot of our races pays to start. A lot of them only pay $60,000 to $70,000 to start, so that's a nice little payday.
Also a big payday for the guy who can get it done and win the thing, and that's what Jamie McMurray did last year.
Now, if I'm making race runs, one thing I'd love to do as we look at all these drivers on the back straightaway is I want to run behind someone, because this track has about as much grip as any racetrack we go to. It's a very smooth surface, but it's probably the most aero-dependent racetracks that we go to. I think it's so many times we see a driver catch another driver and you can't go anywhere. So the place I really want to work on my race car, I want to make sure it's driving good, tucked up behind another driver.
The dreaded aero push. You're going to hear a lot of guys, especially come race day, that I can get to him, but I can't get around him.
Jimmy Johnson was 30th fastest in the last practice session, so that means he's not going to have a great qualifying run. But remember, back in 2006, he was 32nd in the first practice session and went on to win the race. So you never know what's going to happen just judging by first practice, and certainly not for this number 48 team, because when they get behind the 8 ball, that's when they're sometimes at their best.
Usually when they got their backs against the wall, that's when Chad Canals and his 48 group, I mean, they kind of all rally together. And for whatever reason, the man behind the wheel, he definitely turns it around and makes it happen. But taking a look right here, in the same year, winning the Brickyard and the title, guys, it's pretty much self-explanatory right there how important it is to maybe win this race.
I don't know that we've ever had a surprise winner of this race. You might say, but what about Jamie McMurray last year? Well, you know what? Jamie McMurray and that one team, they were running up front and winning races last year. I think it's a case that all of the teams bring the best of everything here. And quite honestly, just like for the championship, when you get to kiss the bricks, you get to go to victory lane, the cream rises to the top.
And basically, over the past couple of years, it's happened, at least for the past few years, it's fallen on the schedule where you do have that off weekend before we come here, which gives teams a chance to reload, put a few more bullets in the chamber, and come back here with their best guns.
You know what? I'm going to challenge you on that statement just a little bit, JR. What I like to see is, we're taking a look right here, I like to see this right, these guys running nose to tail to see exactly what they have right there with the 6-star David Reagan being followed, looks like, by Casey Kane in the 4. But the thing about that weekend off, you know who winds up getting the best benefit, as far as I'm concerned, are the teams, the crews. They get an opportunity to catch their breath, because a lot of the preparation, JR, for the cars coming to Indianapolis, well, they're already done before they get a chance to take that weekend off, because if you're not prepared, ready to go to the Indy, you don't take the weekend off.
The work continues no matter what goes on. Sometimes 7 to 7, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week if you're going to get these things right and ready. We're going to take our first quick break here on Sprint Cup Series practice from the Brickyard, but want to remind you that tonight the biggest party in NASCAR hits high gear at the smoking hot Brickyard. Tune in as pilot of the famed 43, A.J. Allmendinger, joins in on the fun. Don't miss NASCAR trackside from Indy tonight at 6 Eastern, only on Speed. More practice coming your way on Speed in just a moment from Indy.
dumbest stuff on wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Do people use smartphones to do dumb things?
Send. That is the weekend.
Yeah, dog.
Allow me to crack the bubbly.
Don't mind if I do.
There's a gentleman with a bro stash invited to this party.
Only if he's ready to rock.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You were supposed to die on that bridge.
Are you saying that we can't stop this?
I don't make the rules. I just clean up after the game is over.
Final Destination 5, rated R.
There is a rhythm of the seasons, so we've developed styles of beer to accompany that. We brew Oktoberfest, Winter Lager, Noble Pils, and right now there's Summer Ale.
Samuel Adams Summer Ale is a flavorful wheat beer. It has a very nice spice note.
It has a little lemon zest and a historic brewing spice called Grains of Paradise.
It's citrusy.
Lemon. Flavorful, refreshing.
Wow. Sam Adams Summer Ale. It's just something about it. It's like totally reminds you of summer.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by professionals. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
Welcome back to the Brickyard, everyone. It's Sprint Cup Series practice, the second of 2 sessions today. Find us at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the very famous racing venue. 100 years of racing going on this track, but we're only just 5 minutes into this race, practice session so far this afternoon. And leading the way is Carl Edwards, our point leader. And also, point leaders tend to do very well when they come to this race throughout the season.
This has not been a particular great racetrack. You guys were talking about at the top of the show for Roush Fenway. I mean, I say that. They've had some good runs here. They've just never went to victory lane. And I know Jeff talked to Doug Yates last night, you know, who helps build the Roush Yates engine. They came here with the guns fully loaded with horsepower for this race. But Larry, you say that. That's the same for every one of these organizations. They all dig a little deeper. I know I read where Hendrick Motorsports was talking about they're coming with more power. We know Richard Childress and ECR engines, they're coming with more power. Everybody puts a little extra oomph into this race, and their preparation coming in, they're all looking for if they can get an engine to run a little bit more aggressively, a little more power down low, JR, because this is one of those tracks you got to pull up off the corner, so you want that bottom end torque, but at the same time, when you get about halfway down the straightaway, you want it to really take off and run all the way into that next corner so you can take advantage of these long straightaways. So they've really worked hard to get a total combination, the perfect combination to come to Indy.
There are so many talented and so many smart people working in these engine companies. Have you guys felt so far this year that we have seen a lot fewer engine problems on the racetrack than in years past?
Probably true for everyone except Joe Gibbs Racing. I mean, we got to be honest. They have had a lot of engine failures. They've not all been in the race. They've had a lot of failures in practice, and they've put their drivers in a box at the start of the race by having to go to the rear of the field. You know, in the beginning, the ECR package had some issues at Daytona. I think you pretty much knew that was heat related. Jamie McMurray, I don't know that I've ever seen an engine explode as bad as his did at Kentucky, but I'd say across the board, not a lot of failures, with the exception of the Joe Gibbs camp. And you mentioned that failure that Jamie McMurray had. He broke a part that nobody had broken in I don't know how many years. A wrist pin. It broke. And normally you can't cut one of them things in two with a Ziz wheel, much less break it. But that's what he had happen to that one car right there. And a pretty impressive display of smoke and fire. But the way it resulted out, the only thing that got hurt was the engine. Spotter did a great job. Jamie did a great job. Didn't panic. Was able to get that car stopped, and the rest of the competitors avoided him. So pretty exciting little event up there in Kentucky with that engine expiring.
On any given weekend, when you look at the 43-car field, there are 43 different agendas on the racetrack. And Jamie McMurray had said earlier in this week, you know, truthfully so, the way they're looking at it, they can't do much for the end of this year in terms of making the chase because of their points position. So right now, their job is to turn this season around as best they can, hopefully get some wins and build towards next year.
Well, this is a team that won 3 races last year, including that fall race at Charlotte. And if you look right now, 29th in the points, 100 points out of the top 20. He's finished 22nd or worse
in the last 3 races. Now, I realize at Loudon, he ran out of fuel with 3 laps to go, but the bottom line is the box score shows where he finished 31st at Loudon.
Very humbling business.
Well, speaking of humbling, do you see how close he got to that wall coming off that corner, following the 78 car, Regan Smith right there? They come up out of the groove, and all of a sudden you see where that wall gets very, very straight. I mean, whoa, that's getting close.
If you don't think it gets close, just ask J.R. Hildebrand.
Yeah, that's true.
Late exit that corner, all of a sudden the car steps out that little bit. I mean, you need that extra maybe 12 inches, J.R. If that thing would just arc back in there just a little bit so you can let that tail end of that car swing out, it would be a lot easier on a lot of these drivers.
Good job of driving by Jamie McMurray to keep it off that wall right now. And he finds himself on the speed chart in the 14th position.
You know, this track looks symmetrical. And if you take an aerial view, you'd say it's absolutely. But so many of the drivers said this week that the 2 ends drive different. But one of the reasons that they said it drives different is because of the way it looks. When you go down the front straightaway into turn 1, it's like you're in a canyon. You've got grandstands on both sides of you. But when you drive off into turn 3, even though the corner has the same banking, the same radius, it's more wide open. And they say because of that, you can just see how wide open it is here down the back straightaway. Now, the next time we see a driver go down the front straightaway, it's going to look a lot narrower, even though it's not, because of the ambiance around it.
Optical illusion. But one other thing I will add to that, JR, in talking to some drivers, they contend that maybe when you go down into turn 1, it's a little bit more downhill. Turning into turn 3, it's a little bit of an uphill grade. So even though it looks exactly symmetrical, it can be very challenging.
So far, only 39 drivers have taken time so far. We are led by Carl Edwards. He is joined by teammate Greg Biffle in the number 16 Ford in the 3rd spot, in 2 Roush Fenway cars in the top 5.
Each week, 4 new car freaks pit their passions.
I've put all my blood, sweat, and soul into it.
Against their peers.
Rock and roll, baby. Let's do this.
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules premieres Wednesday at 9 Eastern, only on Speed.
When you come to CarQuest, you'll find the quality parts you need and the service you deserve, along with the peace of mind that you've come to a place you can trust, where our people are happy to share their expertise to help you get it right. Whether you're a Saturday superstar or one of our many professional customers, when you deal with any of our 3,000 CarQuest stores, you'll discover an experience as exceptional as our products, plus the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. Great products, great prices, and something more at CarQuest Auto Parts. Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Emily's just starting out and on a budget, like a ramen noodle every night budget. She thought Allstate car insurance was out of her reach until she heard about the value plan. And saving money with Allstate doesn't stop there. Kim and James are what you might call overly protective, especially behind the wheel. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, Allstate gives them a bonus twice a year for being safe drivers. Dollar per dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2nd Sprint Cup Series practice here today, coming to you from the Brickyard. Let's take a look at the top 10 in speed right now. Carl Edwards leads points, and he also leads us in speed right now. A 3-time Brickyard winner, and Jimmy Johnson is in 2nd. Then it's Biffle, Truex, and Jeff Burton.
And I think just to show you the differences in practice number 1 to practice number 2, I only see 3 drivers there that were in the top 10 in that first practice, and that's Casey Kane, Carl Edwards, and Jeff Burton. Top 10 so far in both practice sessions.
And JR, to go on what Larry was saying earlier about guys making long runs, our speeds are down almost 4 miles an hour compared to what we saw earlier this morning in that first practice session. So guys are really focusing on the long runs, getting the cars set up so they can make it work around this 2.5-mile racetrack.
And what might be the biggest difference in a qualifying package to a race package is a lot more possibly aggressive shot package to qualify. But the biggest thing is you see the front end of the car, see the tape on that nose, a little bit of tape on the nose here because these straightaways are so long. it will pick you up a ton. So the tape and probably the aggressive shock package, other things like air pressure of the tires, big difference between race runs and qualifying runs.
And how many heartbreaks have we seen at this racetrack over the years when it comes down to strategy, because this place is so unique and so different in many ways. And one unique aspect of it is the way some of the crews get to watch these practice sessions. Randy?
Check this out, Johnny. I'm down here on pit road. I mean, I'm literally not about 60 feet from the actual racing surface, and this is where a lot of the crew chiefs will hang out. That's because this racetrack, as we talked about it, is so unique in so many different ways. We'll go to multiple racetracks, and you often see the crew chiefs up on top of the rigs, and that's where they'll talk to the crew members to make adjustments. Then they'll go down and work on the race cars themselves, tell everybody what to do. But here, they have to come out on pit road because it's the best view that they have of watching their race car go around the racetrack, and also they can hit the stopwatch. But this is literally incredible down here. Crew chiefs just 60, 70 feet away from these race cars as they scream down the front stretch here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, there is absolutely nothing like it in so many different ways.
Well, the attitude of the race car is so important here. How you seal that front splitter off to the racetrack, how that left front is down, and you can see how close these guys are right there. You can see a lot how your car seals off. Plus, the other thing, you can compare it to what the other drivers, what their cars look like.
No adjustment to your set necessary. That is the Roush Fenway Ford of David Reagan off to the right side of your screen there with the blue paint scheme, honoring Ned Jarrett this weekend. And here's a former Brickyard winner in Kevin Harvick. Currently 7th on the speed chart right now. Harvick would love to put another one of these trophies in the case. He's pretty much locked into the chase right now with his victory so far this year, but that would be a great way to go into this stretch.
Well, the thing about him, and we saw it early part of the season, they don't call him a closer for nothing. They're working very diligently right now to try to get this car to where it'll run consistent runs, and that's one thing that has always been a plus for this number 29 car, is that when they're off, they're able to tweak on a little bit, and at the end of the race, they seem like they're always able to beat one of the fastest cars and put themselves in the best position.
In 3 victories, Kevin Harvick led a total of 9 laps, and he said, you know what, and he was right. It doesn't matter what you do for the race. It's that last lap where you are. And when you talk about closers, Larry, when you come here to this racetrack, there are so many different strategies and so many different ways you can win this race, including fuel mileage.
Well, and I promise you, that's going to be something that they're going to be looking at really closely in track position at the end of the race. These guys can probably run somewhere between 32 to 36 laps on fuel, with it being a 160-lap race. When you get somewhere there about lap 125 to 130, that's when you're looking at making your last stop. And Wendy, I think you're going to talk about a driver who's become pretty good at saving fuel.
Yeah, not only at saving fuel, but saving his race car. It was a close call for the 22 of Kurt Busch just moments ago on that last run out. He said he hit the splitter and he about pounded the turn 3 wall. It was a very close call, so they are working on the splitter when he brought it back in. They chased the car most of this first practice session, and Steve Addington assured Kurt Busch that they would get the car comfortable for him. Now, they did make that qualifying run that last session, which put him 6th on the chart, but right now in this race trim practice session, he is 23rd.
Wendy, thanks a lot, and certainly a threat to win. His teammate Brad Keselowski just jumped up on the chart a little bit, up to 13th in the number 2 Penske Dodge.
One of the things right there that when we take a look at these race cars, you'll notice, especially on the front of this 18 car, the little round circles just to either side of the front air duct, right under below the word Camry. Those are brake ducts that you normally would have open. Here at Indianapolis, you would like to keep those brake ducts closed. That way you get more downforce in the front of these cars. And what was making me think about that, I saw the brake dust on the 22 car from one of the shots we saw earlier. And I know that on the Penske cars, they've worked really, really hard to try to cool the brake ducts without taking air from the front of the car. They've been trying to suck it basically with fans and blowers up onto the brake rotor to cool it, because you do use a lot of brake here at this racetrack.
And quite honestly, Jeff, some of the brake blowers that they're using today and where they're locating them, not only will they cool the brakes, they can create some front downforce, help the front tires of the race car.
We're about 20 minutes into this practice session. Carl Edwards continues to lead the way with Jimmy Johnson in 2nd spot, a 3-time winner here, and Edwards' teammate Greg Biffle is currently 3rd. Stay with us. More Sprint Cup Series practice in a moment.
I'm Jamie McMurray, driver of the #1 Bass Pro Chevy. Join me in uniting for my hometown, Joplin, Missouri, by getting your band at Bass Pro Shops to support disaster relief efforts.
Tonight, the action keeps rolling from Indy when the wildest party in racing welcomes special guest Pastor Joe Nelms.
Lord, I want to thank you for my smoking hot wife.
Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from Indianapolis tonight at 6 Eastern on Speed.
We're in the mood for amazing seafood tonight.
Pan-seared just for us. Anybody? You know, sizzling shrimp and scallops.
Perfectly seared tilapia made to order. On an all-you-can-eat dinner buffet.
For around $10. Heads up.
Only Golden Corral would serve up endless made-to-order pan-seared seafood. It's incredible shrimp, tilapia, and scallops with your choice of amazing sauces. All on our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? Bam!
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
This is a public announcement. CNNMoney.com reports that in some areas of the country, buyers are scooping up homes for as little as $1,000. Foreclosures are at an all-time high. Government and private banks are liquidating these homes now. If you currently rent a house or apartment, you may call now and learn how to receive your free list of these homes. All others may call tomorrow. Every house must be sold. This is a public announcement.
Call 1-800-929-0938, 1-800-929-0938. Call now.
One of the key attributes that really puts Papa John's Pizza over the top is our meats. Nobody does what Papa John's does.
Introducing Papa John's new double-layered premium pepperoni pizza. Loaded with a layer of our signature pepperoni, plus a layer of oversized deli-style pepperoni. Just $10 for a large. Or get any large pizza with any toppings. Just $11. Order now at papajohns.com.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Tonight on Speed, the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, beating and banging under the lights. See if Ron Hornaday can repeat the feat he completed last year. Don't miss the action from Indianapolis tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed, the exclusive home of NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. It seems like it was last week. It was how time flies when you're having fun.
Having lots of fun. That's exactly right.
And we're having lots of fun here at Indy as we are about 20 minutes in to this second practice session of the day for the Sprint Cup Series. A lot of different agendas going on the racetrack. Before, it was all about getting set for qualifying. Right here, it's about getting set for the race.
Well, the agenda right now on this 22 car, as we've already had a report on, the front splitter was down on the racetrack, and he all but wrecked this number 22 car, which happens to be a brand new piece they brought up here from Penske Racing. So see if this time out, if they've got it where they want it. You can see right at the very front those little white pieces. Those right there are stops that allows them to see how close they're getting to the front splitter without hitting it. Unfortunately, it looked like it collapsed a little bit further than what they thought.
It was amazing, though, listening and reading Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski's quotes this week about coming here to the Brickyard for 100. I think they respect so much that their boss, Roger Penske, in the Indy 500 has 15 wins and 16 poles, but no wins in the Brickyard 400. Rusty Wallace actually finished second here 3 times, but never did seal the deal and go to victory lane. They know how special that would be for the man we call the captain.
If you look at the back of that 2 car, they have on the back of it, on the panel back there, this one's for you, the captain.
Love to get him to victory lane. Love to get him out there and kiss the bricks.
And a big payday and a prestigious trophy for the winner of that race, whoever it might be.
You know, what a model of consistency that this Kurt Busch, as we're looking at Jeff Gordon at 24, we're just going back to Kurt Busch at 22, that this year, I know he only has the 1 win at Infineon, but they have completed all but 10 laps of competition this year. That's one reason he's been in the top 9 in points all year long.
And that was part of a pretty big turnaround for Kurt Busch, as he was able to, first of all, win on the road course, which he'd never been able to do before, but also get in the win column for that team this year after so much turmoil on and off the racetrack. So here we take a look at 4-time Brickyard winner Jeff Gordon. 2 wins so far this season. He looks very poised to make his way into the chase right now. And as we mentioned on the earlier practice session, a lot of people went fishing, went to the beach, did all kinds of different things on their off weekend. Jeff Gordon went on a mission trip to the Congo to try to get down there, get to some people who are really so much less fortunate than anybody. We asked Jeff about it yesterday, and he said not only do these people have nothing, they have less than nothing compared to what we have in this country. He said it was an eye-opening, life-changing experience, And that was aside from his Children's Foundation. Jeff is actually going to go back in a few weeks to Rwanda and see exactly what they can get done there as part of the Jeff Gordon Foundation.
And I've just been handed a note that says Jeff Gordon's foundation has committed to donate $1.5 million to help children fight cancer over the next 3 years in Africa. That's awesome. Regardless what these guys do for a living, how much notoriety they have, how many races they've won, that is a cool deal.
I think the one thing that I've really picked up on as far as Jeff, he's always had a big heart, but since starting his family, I think he even has more of an appreciation, especially for the children, whether it's here in the United States or now over in Africa, whether it's Rwanda, the Congo. He wants to help. He wants to reach out and try to give somebody a better way of life.
And what's interesting about Jeff also is he's talked about his wins this year, how important it is for him to see his daughter, who is starting to know what's going on, to see him win races, and for him to be able to tell his son during his lifetime, hey, this is what I did, this is what your dad does for a living, and for them to be part of it.
No, not dad. Papa.
Papa.
That's right. That's right. You got to get that right.
For more on the 48, let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Jimmy Johnson has improved from the first practice session where he sat 32nd earlier today, and now he's second in this practice session. They have worked a lot on that race car. He's loose, laid off all 4 corners, he said, but it's worse off of 2, the most loose off of turn 2. The changes that Chad Knaus have made have helped through the center, but he said he can use some more of it. It's still a bit snug. Randy?
Boy, very optimistic over here on the 31 car of Richard Childress Racing with Jeff Burton at the helm, new crew chief here this week, Lambert at the helm now. But in the very first practice session, that was mostly Q runs. They did all those qualifying runs, and he was up there at the top 10, which was kind of unexpected. So they go out here and do race practice in this session. He's up to 5th. Now that's kind of unusual for Jeff Burton. So these guys are very, very happy down here. All smiles in the Burton garage area.
And right they should be, Randy, because right now they are climbing up that chart, up to 5th right now. So things are looking a lot better right now for that 31 team as they head into this very important weekend. The ultimate NASCAR pre-race show is only on Speed, NASCAR Race Day. Jimmy Johnson and Jamie McMurray join us live, plus Juan Pablo Montoya discusses his determination to win the 400. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed. Kyle Petty will be back with us, and we'll be back with you with more practice in a moment.
Yeah, so apparently the engineers who built the 2011 F-150 just got back from a road trip to the future with your new truck engine, okay? It's a bit of high-tech genius called EcoBoost, with stuff like direct injection and piston cooling jets. It kicks out power and fuel economy. Try 420 pound-feet of torque and, from our pals at the EPA, an estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. That's Eco and Boost. We got both, they don't. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by pit crews. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
The American Garage. The temple of the tune-up. The Taj Mahal of overhaul. More of them count on AutoZone parts than ever before. But parts are just part of what we do. Our trusted advice and helping hands approach is everywhere. So, whether it's his place, her place, or the pro's place, parts are just part of what we do.
Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
What the heck is that?
Those are the Mike's Hard Lemonade guys. Can't keep drinking the same old beer all the time.
Yeah, doing the same thing over and over. That's just crazy.
For a refreshing change of taste, make it a Mike's.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Welcome back, everyone, to the famous Brickyard as we get ready for one of the most prestigious races on the Sprint Cup Series, and that is the Brickyard 400. Sun is peeking out a little bit. The temperature's going up as we have Carl Edwards leading the way as we're about 1/2 hour in to this 1 hour and 15-minute practice session. We talked about it just a moment ago, but one of the guys who has made the biggest jump is Jimmy Johnson, going from 30th quick to 2nd quick. But you know, Jeff Hammond, when you look up and down that list right there, you might be able to say a change will do you good.
A change will do you good. When you take a look, all of a sudden there's Greg Biffle, crew chief change, 3rd position. We know Martin Truex Jr. had his crew chief change a few weeks ago, but now he's 4th quickest, and there's Jeff Burton up there in that 5th spot. So 3 guys basically new in their role right now, having an impact on their teams here at Indianapolis.
Saw Casey Kane in that 4 car up there in the top 10. He was also in the top 10 in that first practice session. Announced this week that Kenny Francis, his crew chief, will be moving with him to Hendrick Motorsports in 2012. But Wendy, how about our 2010 Brickyard 400 winner, Randy?
Well, you guys talked a lot about aero there and how critical this is here at Indianapolis, and it certainly is. When Jamie McMurray was out there in the first 7 laps of this practice session, he basically said, behind cars, I am tight off. We're going to have to work on that. The front end was just not turning well enough. Incidentally, the rear end was turning great. So they came in here, softened up the right front spring, took a little time to talk about it. Jamie McMurray back there out on the racetrack. But nonetheless, aero every bit as important here as it is anywhere else we go, not to mention every other facet. Engine, you name it, it's all important here at Indy, guys.
Randy, you couldn't have said it any better, buddy. To me, I'm going to keep saying it until they drop the checkered flag on Sunday. The guy that winds up going to victory lane will probably have pretty much a perfect race car. He'll be able to deal with a lot of these adversities, and aero balance and aero push will be one of the things he'll have to overcome if he wants to get to victory lane, because this is a tough racetrack to pass on. You've got to set a guy up coming off these corners. You can't really beat him going down in there unless you get position on him off the corner. So the way your car works as far as aero is concerned, being able to pull up through the short chute, get in position, and make those runs, it's going to be real important come race day.
And therefore, NASCAR has given these guys a lot of practice time. 2.5 hours today. We've got another practice session before qualifying. So they're going to spend a lot of time on the track. But guys, can sometimes that be a little bit dangerous, having so much time that you keep throwing at it and throwing at it and throwing at it until you start going the wrong direction?
It all depends on which boat you're in. If you've got a good race car, it's probably about 3.5 hours too much. If you're struggling, it's probably about 4 hours too little.
Exactly. So there we see Mark Martin has spent a couple times finishing 2nd in this racetrack before, and it's kind of the story of Mark Martin's life. A lot of 2nd place finishes, but you know what? 2nd place in this day and age is pretty darn good.
It is pretty darn good, but you know, Larry, I'm still kind of like surprised. We know how strong Hendrick is. We know some of the issues that the 88 has had. I'm still surprised this 5 car hasn't been able to get on track either. I mean, it just seems like sometimes they'll show up at the racetrack and they look like they're getting ready to turn that corner, and Mark's going to get back to that level he was a couple of years ago, winning races and really continuing, you know, get into the chase. But they just seem like they keep missing the boat. And no different here at Indy. They seem like they're off that little bit.
Well, if there's a driver you want to go to as far as experience goes on this racetrack, Mark Martin is one of them. This is the 18th running of the 400. Only 4 drivers have been in all 17 previous ones. Jeff Burton, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, and, of course, Mark Martin.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been a good racetrack for Mark. He liked to win this race a couple of years ago. In the last 6 Indy races, he's finished 11th or better with 4 top 10s. But if you look at 2011, if you just look at his last 4 races, he has finished 19th or worse. He's sitting there 20th in the points. And this is one driver we've not said a lot about. I think there's been so much focus about what's Carl Edwards going to do. What's Clint Boyer going to do? We know Casey Kane's going to be in this 5 car. What is Mark Martin going to do in 2012? I think in the perfect world, he'd love to share a ride with someone and not run a full schedule. That's going to be hard to find.
And one rumor, though, he did want to quell, though, is the rumor that a lot of people said he might be part of what is Red Bull Racing now. He might be part of the ownership group of that team next year, and he has said no, that he does not want to be part of an owner. He doesn't want to be an owner. He wants to be a driver.
Well, it was announced here, about a month ago, that unless Red Bull Racing can find some investors, there may not be any Red Bull Racing in 2012.
So here's a guy that made the move to ownership, and it also has is the owner of 2 Brickyard trophies as well as Tony Stewart as he continues his climb up the speed chart. Now, Tony was one of those guys that attempted and succeeded towards the end of the first practice session, went out with just a couple minutes left to go, was about 30th on the speed chart, went all the way up to 17th, and that will help his qualifying effort out a lot, gets him a better qualifying draw.
Well, again, Jeff and I were talking earlier, we don't want to be one of the first 8 or 10 drivers to go out because the track's going to sit. But honestly, unless you get that cloud covering, I don't know if there's going to be a disadvantage or an advantage. No one knows till we see the weather tomorrow, going out in the beginning, the middle, or the end, just as long as I'm not one of those first 5 or 6, 10 drivers to go out.
The one thing I will say about watching Tony right now, he's back here in 35th. He's still not found the speed that he needs as far as a race setup, in my opinion.
Well, Kevin Harvick hopes his car is freaky fast. Wendy, can he get it done?
Well, they are surely trying, and I've looked back on my notes from the beginning part of the day with the 29 of Kevin Harvick. He started off where he needed to be a lot tighter. Then he needed to be the opposite of that, where it was too tight. And now in this run, in this practice session, he says it's way too loose. So it seems like they're back where they started. And he also said that Gil Martin is continuing to make it more loose for him. So that is a condition. They're trying to find that fine line exactly where Kevin Harvick is going to be the most comfortable. And keep in mind, folks, that we are chasing a racetrack with the sun going in and out of the clouds. Randy?
And thanks, Wendy. I just talked to some of the guys on the Wood Brothers number 21 Ford here. Trevor Bayne, of course, won the biggest race of the season until we get here to Indy. Of course, the winner of the Daytona 500. But believe it or not, this young guy comes to Indy, had never seen this place before, never stepped foot. How would you like to roll off into turn 1 at 205 miles an hour on the very first lap that you ran here? Nonetheless, he did bruise up the right rear just a little bit, scraped it just a touch there. So the guys are taking a look at it right now. Like I said, I just talked to the guy, said he's gaining on it, but man, what a tough place to come for your very first time. Indianapolis is flat, big, fast racetrack.
Well, Randy, one of the teams that's figuring out this battle with the clouds right now is Martin Truex Jr. and company. The 56 has just made their way to the top of the speed chart. As you take a look at the clouds going in and out, just scattered showers today is all we're hearing.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
The Android-powered Casio Gs1 Commando. Shock-resistant, water-resistant, life-resistant.
Attention Medicare and insurance beneficiaries. Do health issues limit your mobility? Is it difficult to get to the bathroom on your own? Do you feel like a bother to others due to your lack of mobility? Have you fallen in the past 12 months? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you may qualify for a new power chair at little to no cost to you.
Hi, I'm Doug Harrison. If you're living with limited mobility, call the scooter store today. We're experts at getting you the power chair or scooter you need. I promise no other company will work harder to make you mobile or do more to ensure your total satisfaction, because making you mobile is our mission. We'll work with your doctor, Medicare, and your private insurance. So don't wait any longer. Call the scooter store today.
Call for your free mobility consultation and deck of large print playing cards right now. That's 1-800-523-4497.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Indianapolis is brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza. Visit hbpracing.com to learn how to buy pizza and earn free racing gear. By your locally owned Citgo, fueling good, and by Allstate. Mayhem is everywhere. Protect yourself. Allstate, are you in good hands? The number 56 car of Michael Waltrip Racing is in good hands. It's being piloted by Martin Truex Jr., and he has made his way up to the top of the speed chart with a fast lap, maybe aided by the clouds, maybe not, we'll never know, but nonetheless, that is where he finds himself right now with a fast lap of the day at better than 178 miles per hour. Carl Edwards, Jimmy Johnson, Greg Biffle, Jeff Burton, and also, if you look up and down this top 10, Jeff, we talked about it just a moment ago. That's another guy who has a new crew chief combination with the driver, and a lot of the changes have proven good for these top 10 drivers right now.
Yeah, so far Chad Johnson seems like they've got something going over there, and that's what you want to do when you make a change like that. A lot like Greg Biffle and Jeff Burton are experiencing right now. Just a little bit of excitement and some right changes, a little maybe different mindset to try to get your program jump started in this final second for the final 17 races of the season, so you can try to salvage something out of 2011.
For more on this four-time Brickyard winner, Jeff Gordon, let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Thanks, Johnny. I'm a little bit surprised that 24 of Jeff Gordon has stayed out there for as many laps right now, because a moment ago he said he could hardly drive his race car. That's how bad it was. He started off the practice session saying it was a little bit twitchy turning into the center, but continues to fight with his car and hopes to get it turned around by the end of this day. They continue to work on it.
Wendy, thanks a lot. Some of the harder working guys out on the racetrack right now are, of course, Jeff Gordon. Mark Martin's had 17 laps to his credit, 16 for Casey Kane and Ryan Newman, and also Jimmy Johnson has been out there for 16 laps as well.
But you know what, Larry, I think that maybe something's going on here. Maybe Allen's got him convinced that we need to run this thing long enough and let it go through a series of changes here, because, again, the more laps you get on these tires, a better indicator maybe how the car is going to feel after you make that, that gasoline run. You want this thing to find out. We'll take a look here at Mark Martin 5 going inside of his teammate Jeff Gordon there. But sometimes you need to run it past a situation like that where the car feels bad. Does it progressively go that way, or does it turn and go back the other direction?
But what we watched Mark Martin in the 5 do, and Jeff talked about this a little earlier, is with Jeff Gordon, he kept sticking that left front out. Well, he's accomplishing a couple of things by doing that. One, he's getting a little bit of air in there to cool the radiator at a racetrack where you run so much tape. The other thing, when he'd stick that left front corner out there, it gets downforce on that left front corner, and that's what makes that car turn through these 4 different corners. He just kept working Jeff Gordon, aggravated him probably much as anything, and he finally completed the pass.
It's good to have teammates.
Sometimes you learn from them, sometimes they aggravate you.
Exactly.
That sounds like what goes on up here in the booth.
Exactly. Good teammates is all what it's about. As we see Mark Martin once again, and that car looks like its attitude is pretty good as the splitters stand pretty close to the racetrack.
Especially that left front corner. You know, this place, it has a few little dips and little bumps, but it's, quite honestly, it's probably one of the smoothest surfaces that we go to. So if you can keep that thing right against that racetrack.
So a little conferring going on here between Juan Pablo Montoya, Joey Logano and company.
Well, if I'm Joey Logano, I would be listening very attentively to that gentleman right there, Juan Pablo Montoya, because he knows this racetrack. He's very good at it, and I'd be willing to bet they're probably sharing a little bit of information, and he's trying to figure out something about this racetrack that's giving him a fit. And Juan Pablo's a good one to be talking to.
Juan Pablo is 3rd on the list of all-time leaders at this racetrack. First, lap leaders rather. First is Jeff Gordon. Second is Tony Stewart.
Right now we're looking at Kurt Busch in the 22 car. Now he's 23rd quickest, and we've been hearing the reports that they are definitely searching with this race car. But I look at Martin Truex Jr. back to that 56 car that's on the top of the speed chart right now. Back in early May, Goodyear brought 5 drivers up here to do a tire test. They did change the right side tire just a little bit from last year, and the drivers they brought up here was Paul Menard, Juan Pablo Montoya, Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, and Greg Biffle, who actually drove the 21 car for the Wood Brothers with Trevor Bayne being sick at that point.
So those are the guys who may have a little bit of edge when it comes to getting around this racetrack, because things change every year, especially with the tire. But like Larry said, the one thing that hasn't changed is the smoothness, if I just didn't make up a new word, of this racetrack, because it certainly is as you take a look at the front of Kurt Busch's car. Right now, Martin Truex Jr. continues to lead the way. 5 laps on the racetrack, but that was enough to get him the fastest time at 178.172 miles per hour.
I'm going to the dictionary. I'm going to check on that word, see if it's a real word.
Smoothness. I don't think it is, but let's just say this track is very smooth. We'll make up more words when we come back to Sprint Cup Series practice in a moment.
Sunday, NASCAR Race Day rocks Indy as Johnson and McMurray join us live, and Juan Pablo Montoya discusses his determination to win the 400. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
Truckers know towing nearly 10,000 pounds up a steep grade ain't good for your tranny. And when the heat's on, failure ain't an option. This truck's got a 6-speed aluminum tranny and a big old dedicated fluid cooler. So when it's cooking on the outside, this truck won't break a sweat. Holy smoke. Available in the full-size Tundra. The truck that's changing it all.
Life is messy. That's why we created Goof Off, the miracle remover. Goof Off cleans up the tough messes ordinary household cleaners can't. Goof Off works the first time on walls, floors, fabric, carpets, tools, upholstery, and more. And it leaves no oily residue as it removes all the icky, sticky, messy, waxy, greasy, grimy spots, stains, and messy mistakes your family makes. So, when they goof up, don't get frustrated. Get Goof Off, the miracle remover.
The suit is made for me. The truck is made for me. The pizza, well, it's made for me too.
Hut Brothers Pizza is made for people like Elliot Sadler. It's baked fresh in more than 6,000 convenience stores and corner markets in America for people who are always racing from one place to another. Which means one thing.
It's made for me.
Visit hbpracing.com to learn how you can buy pizza and get free racing gear.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Welcome into the Speed Center. I'm Adam Alexander. Let's get you caught up on what's happening in the world of motorsports. It is a Speed Center hot lap. We begin with NASCAR. Travis Pastrana broke his foot and ankle last night at the X Games. His nationwide debut won't happen this weekend. F1 in Hungary, Lewis Hamilton, fresh off his win in Germany, dominated practices this morning. And day 2 of World Rally in the books in Finland. Sebastian Loeb is your overall leader. You like ovals? How about 3 races, 1 track, 1 night? That was the case in Indy last night. Ty Dillon picked up his 6th ARCA win of the year at Lucas Oil Raceway. 2 USAC races round out the evening. Cody Swanson took the checkers in Silver Crown competition. Kyle Larson winning in midgets. Plus, Tony Stewart getting his first ever World of Outlaw win in Quebec, Canada, Wednesday night. Congratulations to Smoke. So here's what we got coming up. Qualifying for the Camping World Truck Series, Speed Center here at 5:30. And right now we're going back to the Brickyard for more practice. Here's John Roberts.
Adam, thank you, sir. About a little better than halfway through this practice session, the second of the day for the Sprint Cup Series here at the Brickyard. Things have changed between the first and second practice session. One of those big changes is the fact that Jimmy Johnson has improved his position about 30 markers. He is all the way up to the 3rd spot on the speed chart, and coincidentally, he has won this race 3 times. And for Jimmy Johnson, all 3 times he has gone on to win a championship, so certainly these Brickyard victories are special to Jimmy.
Very excited to be here once again. Very fortunate to have won 3 times. Hopeful to win a 4th. And the 500 and the Brickyard 400. It's argued back and forth which is more prestigious and important. And it's tough for me to pick one. But they're both very special, and I'm very fortunate to have won at both of them. With my upbringing throughout motorsports, my eyes were on Indies, so it's extra special for me to come here and compete at this track and to have won here. I can remember all the races I watched with my grandfather and my dad, and watching the Indy 500, so it's really special to come back.
And for Jimmy Johnson, certainly a very impressive record. There's only 10 guys who have won this Brickyard, and that's a very impressive and elite group to be in.
Well, we only have 4 drivers that has multiple wins in the Brickyard. That's Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett, and Tony Stewart. But Jimmy Johnson is the only driver to win it back-to-back. He did that in 2008 and 2009.
You know, the thing I think is somewhat unfair is that, you know, we as a sport, you know, are trying to split hairs between Indy and Daytona. I hate to see a guy like Jimmy Johnson, 5-time champion, having to try to pick one over the other one because it's so difficult. Because whenever time you get a chance to win, no matter where it is, it's got to be special. And just because of the history, I think it goes with Indy. I think everybody assumes that that's the way it should be. You should be thinking about Indianapolis over Daytona. But they're so important to these guys in so many different ways. And I think it just really puts an exclamation point on how talented Jimmy Johnson is to be able to accomplish wins here at Indianapolis back-to-back like he's done, and then turn right around and parlay those wins into championships like he's been able to. I mean, he is, I think, the epitome of what we keep talking about during this entire practice sessions of what perfection really is.
Here's an amazing number. You mentioned 10 drivers that's won the Brickyard 400. Only 3 of them not won a Daytona 500, and that would be Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, and Ricky Rudd.
For more on the 48, let's go to Wendy Venturini.
Thanks, Johnny. You see the 48 out there by himself, but just a moment ago, crew chief Chad Knaus said it. See if you can get up on there, and then you can see it's Ryan Newman, the 39 car. You can get up on those cars and get a good read for your race car. Earlier, Jimmy Johnson in this practice session says his car is a little bit off. He said the car feels flat. It's a tough time for him feeling any transfer, and he also made a comment that the car feels terrible, but he was surprised when Chad Knaus read his lap times. It was a little bit better. He's third in this practice session. So what's more important, guys? Is it the driver getting comfortable with the car or posting those good lap times?
I think it's both, Wendy, because this is one of those times, and we're going to go back to it, you can't afford to give up too much speed starting too deep in the field, because even if your car is good on a long run, if you get too far behind here at Indy, it's too hard to pass to get back up there to be able to challenge for a win.
And he's working on 24 laps, would be the most laps that any driver has turned. We talked about the differences in the practice. First practice, I think there was only about 8 to 10 drivers that ran more than 10 or more laps. This practice here, I think there's only 8 or 10 drivers that's not run that many laps.
And one thing I'm going to point out real quick, we take a look right here at Clint Boyer, who's currently 13th. And watching those lap times, and Chad Knaus was wanting the 48 car to try to run down Ryan Newman and Clint Boyer. Ain't going to happen, guys. He's about a half a second off of these 2 cars out in front of him, so he's not really gaining any headway trying to run them down. So I think what he's trying to find out, can you draft up on them and be able to make up some ground, and he's not doing it currently.
There is still a lot more to be learned in this practice session. Got about 25 minutes left as of right now. We want to remind you that Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla is all new and must see as Adam takes the original Batmobile on a spin through town and finds out how many he can cram into a Mini Cooper. Don't miss the car show Wednesday night at 10 Eastern, only on Speed. We'll be back to Indy with more Sprint Cup Series practice in a moment.
Tonight, the trucks invade Indianapolis. Get fired up as the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, speeding and banging under the lights. A little contact! The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Indianapolis, tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed.
This controller sucks.
It's the controller's fault, right?
What's going on, nerds? No guac? No football? It's Sunday, man. You guys are blowing it.
The game's over.
What about all the other games?
That's the only game we get with cable.
It's on. Don't you know only DirecTV gets you every game every Sunday? See, we all winners now, except for whoever made this dip. That's flat out nasty.
Now NFL Sunday Ticket is included at no extra charge. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
I'm Carol Shelby. I'm Buck McNeely. I put Z-Max in all gas and diesel engines for superior performance. Plus, I use it on guns, boats, and ATVs.
Z-Max penetrates into metal to clean deposits, extend engine life, improve performance, and save on gas.
Quit jacking around. If you own an engine, protect it with Z-Max. Z-Max. Just put it in.
Available at Walmart.
Nature is unique, pure, and also delicious. Like Nature Valley. Granola bars made with crunchy oats and pure honey. Nature Valley, 100% natural, 100% delicious.
Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bars. They're made from whole roasted nuts and dipped in creamy peanut butter, making your craving for a sweet and salty bar irresistible. By Nature Valley.
how following your passion always puts you right where you're supposed to be. NASCAR home tracks, where what happens on the track is just part of the story.
Welcome back, everybody. The Sprint Cup Series practice here from the Brickyard. You know, it's good to be the points leader when you come to this racetrack because the incoming points leader has won the Brickyard 400 4 times. In fact, one time it was 3 years in a row that the point leader had won this thing. So this hasn't always been the best racetrack for Carl Edwards, but over the last couple of years, tracks that haven't been so good for Carl Edwards have become really good, and that's why he's our points leader.
That's what you have to do if you want to be a champion, JR. You've got to learn how to find out where your weaknesses are and continue to build on improvements. A lot like Jimmy Johnson. At one time, he was struggling really big time on the road course races, and he's been able to kind of turn that around, win on a road course. You've got to be good any place you go if you want to be a champion.
He's run a total of 15 laps in this practice session, but what I'm seeing with this 99 car and Carl Edwards is he kind of clipped the apron a little too much right there. Is they seem to be pretty good in race trim. They seem to have a fast lap in this 99 car.
If Carl Edwards is in first when the season ends, a championship would certainly define his career. But what about a Brickyard? What exactly would that mean to Carl Edwards' career?
You know, I remember who wins those, big races. I feel like there are some really great drivers who maybe haven't won those big races, but at the end of the day, I mean that All-Star win was huge to me because I thought, man, this is one of the marquee events. It was huge to win it. There's a lot of pride in that. This race would feel the same way, but but I don't know if I think if you run well enough and if you're a good enough driver, you will eventually win these races. And hopefully I get to, but I don't really measure someone by whether or not they've won these races. But I think if you're good enough and you run well enough over time, you will.
And that sounds like another great driver. Dale Earnhardt used to always talk about winning the Daytona 500. He had 7 championships before he got his first Daytona 500 win. That certainly didn't define his career before that. Now, when Juan Pablo Montoya races at this track, he averages leading 50 laps. That is impressive, Randy. And, I'm sure he wants to do the exact same thing except win this time around.
Yeah, he just wants to lead the last lap. Of course, he's led second most laps in the Sprint Cup Series. Only 4 races here. Juan, give us a little sense of how you guys are doing communication-wise. Jim Poland going to be on the box for you this weekend. How's practice going with you?
I think our target shape is pretty good. Right now, we're pretty tight. We did the tire test here, and we were really tight when we tested here. So, fighting the same thing. We're okay. We're pretty good. We're trying to get to know each other and everything, but it's been working pretty well.
What about being tight and that aero issue that you're going to have once you guys all get out there 43 at a time? Does that exaggerate that a lot?
It always does. So track position is always key here. So, hopefully we got a pretty good spot for qualifying. Hopefully we can post a good lap.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's going to qualify well. So if they post a good lap, should give him a good pit stall. And, track position. We're going to hear it a lot this weekend, guys.
Well, he was our pole sitter here 1 year ago. But, Randy asked him about his new crew chief, Jim Pullman. Jim has been with Earnhardt Ganassi Racing since 2006. He's been working on research and development. But that's the thing about all these crew chief changes. Other than maybe Greg Irwin going over to A.J. Allmendinger, almost all of the new crew chiefs were already within the organization in some shape, form, or fashion.
Now, you never want to be trending downward during a season. It's always good to be trending upward, but this is a very crucial time of the year. And right now, the 88 team has been trending downwards in terms of finishing position. And right now, it doesn't look that good on the speed chart as he's in 30th spot, but I'm sure there's a lot more to that 30th place spot on the speed chart that meets the eye, Jeff.
And that's what I'm afraid of, is that when you see that kind of a problem right now with that 88 car, what that to me tells me is that they still don't have a handle on this racetrack. His results here have been very bad. And to me, I think you're going to have a situation where he's going to fall out of the top 10 after this race come Sunday. He's got to pick it up somehow or another, and I don't think it's going to happen this Sunday.
And if you're out of that top 10 and you don't have a win, there is no chance right now that you would be the wild card.
It would be tough. Right now, Tony Stewart is 11th, and he's in because there's only one driver inside the top 20, outside the top 10, that has a win, and that's the man we're looking at right there, David Reagan, in that 6 car.
So we shouldn't say never. We should never say never. There's always a possibility, but it would be very slim.
No, you're right about that, JR, but you've got to help yourself out. And you mentioned Tony Stewart. Right in behind the 6 car, we can see the 14 coming down the straightaway in behind him. If Tony can have the type of a day that he normally has here at Indianapolis, even if he doesn't win, he should be able to move up in the top 10. even if Dale Jr. falls out, again, solidifying himself without a win in the top 10 will also get him in the chase.
He's actually mathematically in the top 10. He's tied with Denny Hamlin in points, but Denny Hamlin wins a tiebreaker because Denny has that one win at Michigan back in June.
And that's what's so interesting about the points this year is winning is very huge, and winning could get your way to a shot at a championship, and if you're in it, you can win it.
Winning's everything.
Winning is not the only thing, it's everything. Back with more practice in a moment.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
So, it's only one Diet Mountain Dew left. Love the taste of Diet Dew. Race you for it.
We could do that.
Hold on! The whole thing! Bring it!
Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain.
This tastes so good. Show off!
Dumbest Stuff on Wheels. Wednesday, 8 Eastern on Speed.
Ask me.
Even if you think your mattress is just fine,
Ask me what it's like to get your best night's sleep every night.
why not talk to someone who's sleeping on the most highly recommended bed in America? It's not a Sealy or a Simmons or a Serta.
Ask me about my Tempur-Pedic.
Ask me how fast I fall asleep.
Ask me about staying asleep.
These are actual Tempur-Pedic owners. Ask someone you know. Check out Twitter. Try your friends on Facebook. You'll hear it all, unedited.
Ask me how it feels after 10 years.
Ask me if it's a good value. Just ask me.
There are over 4 million Tempur-Pedic owners, and they're more satisfied than owners of any traditional mattress brand.
Ask me why I feel better every morning.
Ask me why someone who's never had an ache or a pain is in love with this bed.
Start asking real owners.
Ask me how we took the first step.
Take the first step. Call today for your free information kit with DVD. 1-800-891-9043 or visit Tempur-Pedic.com.
Tempur-Pedic, the most highly recommended bed in America.
Racing Electronics is offering Speed viewers a year-long inside deal. Reserve your next race scanner or fan view online for any NASCAR race. Save $10. Visit speed.com/deals and click on the Racing Electronics banner for more information. And as you take a look over the famed pagoda here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Larry Mack, we're seeing some somewhat dark clouds. And again, the forecast for the rest of this weekend is only very isolated and very scattered showers. But you know what? If it doesn't rain, that clouds might help somebody out big time.
But I think everybody is chasing this racetrack right now just because of that. Because if that sun pops out, you'll see it on the stopwatch. If you get a big cloud like we have right now, you'll see it in a positive way on the stopwatch. And Randy, hopefully, I'm sure all of them wish when they qualify tomorrow they'll have that big cloud.
Yeah, they have the big cloud now, no question about it. I just want to let you know, we're out here in the elements, Wendy and I, and you know, it has cooled down a lot. And this racetrack, as you guys talked about, is so super sensitive to not only track temperature, but even shading. If it just shades, these guys can pick up some grip, particularly during qualifying. But then when the race comes, you know, it also affects it. Some guys will run better, and the car will fix itself if they can come up with some shade. But as of right now, the one thing these guys have to guard against is that they don't fool themselves, and all of a sudden we get rolling off here on Sunday. We've got hot, sunny skies. This racetrack will be totally different.
You know, one thing that we've not said about Montoya, he did make one start in the Indy 500. His only start was in 2000. He won the Indy 500, so he indeed, the other thing he'd love to accomplish besides getting his first oval win in NASCAR, be the only driver to win the Daytona 500 and the Indy 500.
Well, Matt Kenseth didn't spend too much time out on the racetrack in the first practice session, but he spent a lot of time out here and also has a different spot on the speed chart. He finished up that first practice, P1. Now he is position number 28 after 18 laps out on the track.
I need to make sure I suck that word only out. He would become another driver that has won the Daytona 500 and the Indy 500.
Take a look right
only
there.
Only a key word there.
Yes, yes. But the thing is right now, JR, I really believe they're really focusing in on the longer runs, getting the car balanced from Matt to make sure that he can be comfortable during that long run. I mean, Jimmy Fennick is a master of making sure the car is consistent so they can run consistent lap times deep into a run. That's one thing that they've always excelled at. And I think before that we see those guys finish up tomorrow, he'll be a little quicker, and he'll also be fast come time for qualifying.
20 laps out on the racetrack this practice session for Earnhardt Jr., but still finds himself in the 32nd position. You know what? That number 118, I'm sure he gets pretty sick of hearing it. But when you're in a position that he's in, that many races without a win, you kind of have to harp on that number.
Yeah, I'm not sure which sounds worse, that streak or one win in the last 189 races, and that was that win at Michigan in June of 2008.
That is true, because that win snapped a long winless streak for Junior as well.
But guys, I'm gonna tell you what I think probably really frustrates him more than anything else is as good as they were the early part of the season, it looked like they were right on the edge of going to victory lane and turning everything around. But to lose the grip that they've had on this race season so far in the last 4 or 5 races has got to be really what's frustrating.
And Larry made a very important point in the first practice session. When you hear drivers complain about certain things, some are fixable, some are not fixable. And when you pointed at some of the things that have been causing Earnhardt Jr. problems, there's some things that would be very difficult to fix.
Robert Yates, and I worked for Robert Yates for 6 or 7 years, and he preached to me and preached to his race team, preached to his driver, don't get caught up in the things you can't control. If it's a rule change, if it's the way the Goodyear tire is, just remember, all other 42 teams have that same element to deal with. You might be amazed if you'll focus on the positive, what you can actually accomplish with it.
Positive mental attitude.
Amen.
Goes a long time when you have a long season, and that's exactly what we have here in Sprint Cup competition, the longest season in professional sports, and right now we find ourselves at the Brickyard. We'll be back with more Sprint Cup Series practice in a moment.
Each week, 4 new car freaks pit their passions.
I've put all my blood, sweat, and soul into it.
Against their peers.
Rock and roll, baby, let's do this.
Who has the hottest car on the road? My Ride Rules premieres Wednesday at 9 Eastern, only on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by pit crews. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
Eric Church brings you 11 brand new songs on his new CD, Chief. Chief includes the hit single, Homeboy. Chief, the new CD from Eric Church. Available now at Target.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from Indianapolis is brought to you by CreditReport.com. See your credit score in seconds. CreditReport.com. Right now, all the credit's still got to go to Martin Truex Jr. He leads the way, but one guy looking for some speed, 37th on the speed charts, is Kyle Busch. Wendy?
And Kyle is just climbing back in his car after the car had been on scales when he stepped out. I had a moment to talk to him, and he said the biggest thing they're fighting right now is the rubber that's laid down on the racetrack. You start the beginning of the first practice session with no rubber on the racetrack, and he was a little bit edgy in that first practice session, said he needed a little bit more rear stability, and he said now in this practice session, all of a sudden all the rubber lays down at once, and you fight that condition and you chase your race car. So they made some adjustments again, and the cloud cover is still over the racetrack, and it has gotten a little bit cooler here in the garage area, so I'm sure the track conditions, all these crew chiefs are chasing that as well.
And that's one reason, Wendy, they certainly hope we don't get a big rain tonight or tomorrow night, because all this rubber they're putting down on this 2.5-mile racetrack, it will be washed off and we'll have what we call a green racetrack again.
And again, that makes it very difficult because we go back through the same process again. You eat up a lot more tires and you have to get the racetrack back into basically a raceable condition again.
Just about 7 minutes left in this practice session. We probably won't see the scrambling towards the end of this session of people getting a few more laps in as we did in the first practice, because that meant qualifying position.
Now we're looking at Casey Mears in the 13 car. And he is actually the track record holder. That track record he set back in 2004 at a 48.311 over 186 miles per hour. I get a sensation looking at these two practice that Casey Mears' track record probably is going to be safe tomorrow when we have qualifying.
But it's always good to see a Mears come to the Indy racetrack and run well.
Meaning like his uncle Rick Mears, who won the Indy 500 4 times?
Yeah, of course.
Currently second on the speed chart, Casey Mears is, and again, with his upbringing, you want to run well at Indy.
And he's locked in the show. This is not something because of being a go-or-go homer that he's working on qualifying. He is locked in, so that's a great practice qualifying run for Casey.
So right now, Martin Truex Jr. still leads the way. Then it's Mears, Edwards, Johnson, and Biffle. And when you talk about some of the go-or-go home cars, guys, we talked about how important it is to make this race. 137 grand, was it, Jeff, to just finish last?
I think it was 132, but 32. Still, it's a lot of money right there. And I had a chance to talk to Joe Nemechek earlier today. He is currently 38th on the board, which is not where he wants to wind up being because he's got to make it into this race. But they put the same effort in to try to make this race just like Jimmy Johnson does. Unfortunately, they don't have the resources, but he's got a fresh engine in this car. He's worked on the body. They've really, tried to focus on making the car handle well. Joe can get it done around this racetrack, but just like a lot of other drivers, he's got to have that perfect lap when it matters the most. Otherwise, all this effort to get to this racetrack would be for naught.
Yeah, the 5 slowest of the go-or-go homers in this practice session will be Travis Kvapil, Scott Wimmer, David Stremme, Andy Lally, and right now Trevor Bayne. The only 2 drivers that are in the bottom 5 from the first practice session of the ones I named would be Scott Wimmer and Andy Lally.
So a lot of pressure on drivers all over from top to bottom. Pressure on the big dogs to win, pressure on the small teams to make it in.
It is. I mean, this is a big race. And we can't put enough emphasis on it. Each year, Daytona is a big race to make. The Brickyard is a big race to make. So a lot of these drivers, a lot of these crews, not only feeling the heat from the weather, but the heat and the pressure that goes to making this race come Sunday.
Here's Denny Hamlin in the 11 car right now. He is 17th quickest. Now, Denny has been full-time on the Sprint Cup Series circuit since 2006. If he can just lead 1 lap Sunday, that will give him 5,000 laps led in Sprint Cups. Quite honestly, a lot of laps in that short of a career.
And Denny Hamlin hasn't made every chase for the championship there's been, but every year he's competed in Sprint Cup competition, he has run for the championship. And last year, of course, he was the runner-up.
Again, he'd like to have that same opportunity by the time we get to Richmond. That's the main thing right now. It looks like he's in a good position. But, this team, Joe Gibbs as a whole, we're taking a look right now at Kyle Busch, one of his teammates. They really need to try to pick this whole organization up and make it happen. We've seen Greg Zipadelli, crew chief right there on the 20 car for Joey Logano, and behind Dave Rogers, who is obviously Kyle Busch's crew chief. But as a whole, Joe Gibbs Racing, they want to get back on fire like he did last year and carry some momentum into those final 10 races.
Less than 4 minutes left to go in this practice session as we got to take another quick break here. But when you think about 12 drivers out of how strong the top 35 are, that there's not much room at the end when it comes to the chase. Dale Earnhardt Jr. just made a big move up the speed chart. We'll talk about that in a second. Whoa, timeout. We got a smoker, and it looks like Denny Hamlin.
Oh, there you go again. What'd you say earlier, Larry, about engines?
You had asked me about engine failures in 2011. This has plagued Joe Gibbs Racing all year long, and nobody knows that more than the engine guys at Joe Gibbs Racing. So what this is going to say, just like his teammate Joey Logano for the last 2 years here at Indy, no matter where they qualify with this 11 car, he will have to start this race at the rear of the field.
So as more engine woes for Joe Gibbs Racing plague the number 11 team here, that's not a good sight to see at this point, but if anybody can battle back, it's certainly that race team. More on that when we come back.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show.
I don't remember the boy wonder having man boobs.
I convinced the owner of the original Batmobile to let me break it out of the cave. Dan Neal puts the first affordable electric car to the test.
I kind of like it.
And we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
It's Christmas in July at Aaron's, and your present is a $50 Aaron's gift card. Use it to take $50 off anything you buy or $50 off your first month's payment. But hurry, Aaron's Christmas in July ends July 31st. So go to aarons.com/July and get your Aaron's gift card today. And remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
Dad doesn't like to be cheated.
On August 12th, prepare for a new look at your favorite destination.
We kill someone, we get their life.
Final Destination 5. Rated R, August 12th.
Witnessing the sheer spectacle of NASCAR inspired Neil and his friends to share their passion for speed and power. One customized ringtone at a time. Now each call reminds them that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Welcome back to the Brickyard, everyone. With just a couple of moments left in practice, trouble for the number 11 team and driver Denny Hamlin. They had an engine give way on the racetrack, a lot of smoke. And now they find themselves behind the wall with some work to do. But once again, if any team can get the job done from the back of the pack at this racetrack, it's been Joe Gibbs Racing over the past couple of years. Joey Logano's done it on several occasions. And, of course, you can't keep a good team down.
And this will be the 6th time in 2011 that a Joe Gibbs driver will have to go to the rear of the field because of an engine failure in practice or qualifying.
But the thing is, JR, it's going to be very difficult for this 11 car to win this race come Sunday from the back of the field. It's going to take a great call on pit road by Mike Ford and some aggressive driving by Denny Hamlin to get him back up in position to have a chance to win. You mentioned Joey Logano. Yes, he started the back of the pack, made a good run up, but as far as he could get was 12th. So you still got a long way to go if you want to wind up winning this race. So I think this is the kind of thing that you don't want to have happen here at Indy. And trying to start off, the final 7 races going into Chase is kind of rattle your confidence, because this is one of the things they've been, really strapped with as far as that's concerned, Wendy. And that's not what they want to have happen down there in that number 11 pit.
No, and that's not what they needed right now at this point of the season. There's a lot of things going on that they are working on at Joe Gibbs Racing, as we've heard all kinds of changes that could be taking place. Denny Hamlin has just climbed out of the race car as you see him walk by me, and you can see the disappointment and hear the disappointment on the radio from everyone, including the crew chief Mike Ford, when he immediately said to get that engine out of there and make those changes. So they're going to be hard at work at 11, but definitely things that we're going to be watching in the next few weeks to come with the Joe Gibbs Racing engine department. You see the engine blowing up right there, and it was a big blowout, and it, like I said, it was one of the last things they needed right now with everything going on.
The only thing good about that engine blowing up like it did just now, number one, they did not crash the car, and number two, it happened today instead of tomorrow. They have an opportunity now to get everything cleaned up, maybe figure out what happened to it, and make some necessary adjustments, even if it means all 3 of those Joe Gibbs cars having to change them because they know they got a bad part in there.
NASCAR has given the drivers 5 more minutes out on the racetrack now, and looks like pretty much everybody's going to be taking advantage of that 5.
But Jeff's spot on, because Jared Egerts and that whole group, Mark Conquest, they want to know what happened to this engine. And if indeed they have any suspicion that the 2018 car could have the same problem, I promise you, as he said, they'll probably be changing those engines. The question will be, do they have something different that they can put in? It may be a one-off isolated incident to happen. We won't know until they get the engine out and they get to tear it apart.
But JR, we've talked about it. When you come to Indy, everybody's trying to step their game up just a little bit, put a little more compression in, maybe try to turn a few more RPM if at all possible. This is what happens. Now you want to have a backup plan. You may have an engine back at the shop that may have a little less horsepower in it, but you don't have to worry about it not going the distance, and that's what we're kind of faced with right now, especially with that 11 bunch. They need to get that engine out as quick as possible find out what the cause is, and then make a determination. What are we going to do to fix it?
Another one of those drivers with the new crew chief is Greg Biffle, currently 5th on the speed chart right now. A little side note about his paint scheme. He's trying to help the American Red Cross out this weekend, get more blood. Has O positive on the side, actually O negative on the side of his car, and that's one of the more rare blood types that the American Red Cross is really looking for. Want to refuel that tank.
But I actually read the release, and I did not know this, that type O negative blood, it's always in high demand because it can be transferred to patients or victims with any blood type. And one reason they're promoting donating blood right now is because it seems like in the summer months, donations always go down.
Summer months, and also with a lot of the tragedies we've had around the country and everything. David Ruderman just made a big jump up on this.
Well, the biggest jump right now, we were just looking at him a minute ago, was Greg Biffle. He is now at the top of the chart right there in that 16 car. So they're taking full advantage of this last 5 minutes that NASCAR has extended this practice session. And again, Martin Truex Jr. right there in that 56 car. He's second quickest in this second practice of the day here at Indianapolis.
He's got O negative on the car, but very positive results on the racetrack.
Very much so, but we're seeing a lot of changes. Kevin Harvick just jumped up to the 5th position. Joey Logano just jumped up to 7th position. So looks like everyone's taking advantage of these final minutes, making another little practice qualifying run.
One other thing we want to point out, we keep talking about the weather, guys. The cloud cover's been here. The track had an opportunity to cool down a little bit. Now you're seeing some speed coming back on that as far as the speeds are concerned right now. How about the 56 car, Wendy?
Well, just to clear up exactly what these guys have done here today, you know, Martin Truex has struggled here at Indianapolis. His best finish ever was a 12th. They unloaded, and they wanted to make sure that they got as many laps as they possibly could under race configuration. So they spent the entire first practice session doing just that. So he was 28th on the board. That's because a lot of guys were making Q runs. So they decided to roll over into qualifying in the second practice session, got him up to the top of the board. He's been bumped off since then, but just before the 11 car blew up, they were getting ready to go out and make the longest run they were going to make all day, which they only had about 4 minutes. So they came in, made some adjustments, went back out. Now they're going to run it out to the end. But these guys are optimistic, but boy, do they need a good run. They need a win, they need a good run, and Martin really needs to pick it up here at Indianapolis. A tough racetrack.
1 minute left in this practice session, so drivers trying to squeeze everything they can out of here, and Martin Truex Jr., of course, taking advantage of every possible lap he can.
He's run a total of 12 laps in this practice session so far. Just trying to see who possibly has run the most laps. Looked like Jimmy Johnson has run 36, and his teammate Mark Martin has run a total of 34 laps in this practice session.
So they get the award for the hardest working drivers when it comes to amount of laps out on the racetrack, but every crew behind the wall right now, those guys, it is very, as you guys mentioned earlier, that is a very confined garage area. These guys are working their rear ends off back there. It's humid, it's in the 90s, so it's a tough day for these crew members as well as these drivers.
Well, Jeff and I worked in those garage areas here at Indy for several years, and I know exactly what a chocolate chip cookie feels like as it's being baked in an oven.
And as practice comes
right
to an end here, it is Greg Biffle that leads the way. The Toyota of Martin Truex Jr., Chevrolet of Jimmy Johnson, and the Toyota of Casey Mears, Chevy of Kevin Harvick, all in the top 5. And guys, we still have one more practice session before qualifying comes our way to see exactly who could be our pole sitter and also who could be our Brickyard 400 champion. But for now, let's go to Camping World Truck Series qualifying and Rick Allen.
Did you know you should review your insurance every year or two? There are big differences between specialists and non-specialists when it comes to RV coverage. For example, the Good Sam Vehicle Insurance Plan offers $3,000 for personal belongings, optional full replacement cost coverage, and more. RV customers who switch save an average of $349 a year. Auto customers save an average of $442 a year. This means better coverage at a lower price. Call 1-866-SAVE-A-LOT. Speak to one of our insurance specialists
To see why millions of people trust Good Sam's Vehicle Insurance Plan.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
We're in the mood for amazing seafood tonight. pan-seared just for us. Anybody? You know, sizzling shrimp and scallops.
Perfectly seared tilapia made to order. On an all-you-can-eat dinner buffet.
For around $10. Heads up.
Only Golden Corral would serve up endless made-to-order pan-seared seafood. It's incredible shrimp, tilapia, and scallops with your choice of amazing sauces. All on our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? Bam!
Golden Corral, help yourself to happiness.
Because of these changes, the battle for the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series trophy is going to be one for the history books. Let's continue by taking a look at some of the new cars that you'll see on track this year. Collect all 4.
Are there going to be any drivers on this tour?
Ta-da!
Can they breathe in there?
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Sunday, NASCAR Race Day rocks Indy as Jimmy Johnson and Jamie McMurray join us live. Ryan Newman talks about gaining momentum heading into the chase. And after years of disappointment,
I swear on my children and my wife, I was not speeding.
Juan Pablo Montoya discusses his determination to win the 400. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live from Indianapolis, Sunday at 10 Eastern. And kiss the brakes at 8 Eastern with NASCAR Victory Lane, fueled by Sunoco, on Speed. On a hot night in Nashville, Austin Dillon charged his way to victory in the Music City. Next up, Indianapolis. Get fired up as the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, beating and banging under the lights. A little contact! This track always delivers rough racing, hot tempers, and crushed metal. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Indianapolis. Tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed.
And welcome. We move your focus about 7 miles to the northwest of the big track to the little track, Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis for the AAA Insurance 200 qualifying. It is a warm day in Claremont, Indiana. 94 degrees. The humidity has gone down, but the overcast skies has got everyone looking above, trying to figure out if there will be rain in the area. Hello, everyone. Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, Michael Waltrip with you for qualifying for tonight's race. Now, this is a tricky little short track here, and there's a lot of history at this track, too, Michael.
Man, this is a great place to come race, Phil. I remember the first time I raced at this little racetrack, I thought if I could win there, that would be one of the biggest short track wins in the history of my career. I didn't have very many, but this would be a really important one. And these guys feel the same way here tonight. All the eyes of the racing world are in Indianapolis this weekend. The cars over at the big track, the trucks here tonight at the little track. And these guys know that. They know a big performance tonight can catch the eyes of the owners across town here. So it's important to run fast, and it's a tricky track to do it on, Phil.
It's really unique, Michael, because you have basically short straightaways and long turns. And you get to the center of the corner to get back in the throttle, and you can't see the exit of the corner yet, which is very unusual. Normally, you get back in the throttle, you can see where you're going. This one, you can't. You have to trust that the corner's going to, and the straightaway is going to, fortunately, show up at some point. But very tricky racetrack, hard to get a hold of.
Well, you can see here, look at the line that the trucks are running, all the way down to the bottom of the corner in the turn, so they're a long way away from the wall. But it comes up so quickly when you exit the turn, you're right out next to the wall, so things get tight in a hurry here.
First out onto the track is Brad Queen. Second practice speed of 95.836 miles per hour, 25.769 has him going out first. It was the slowest of the practices that were run earlier today. Again, a one-day show for the Camping World Truck Series.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun too, Rick. The slowest truck goes out first. Fastest truck goes out last, and our record is 15 different pole sitters during the course of a qualifying session. We have one now, 14 to go to break the record.
But you already said James Busher's going to mess us up.
I'm afraid he is. Every week there seems to be a guy that didn't have a really good practice, but he pulls it all together for qualifying, holds off 8 or 10 trucks that were faster than him during practice, and that messes up our record attempt. So we'll see what happens today.
And we know James is a great qualifier. Had a pole this year, and he's had, I think, 9 other second and third place qualifying efforts. So I think he may be the guy, the spoiler.
Jennifer Jo Cobb out onto the racetrack now for her run at this short track, just under 7/10 of a mile.
And man, Rick, it's the most unique, one of the most unique short tracks in all the country. You can see Jennifer Jo, she's sort of in the middle of the track in the turns. They can go way lower than that. Oh, good job, Jennifer. She keeps it out of the wall. Barely.
Looks like she just parallel parked over there.
It's coming out of turn number 2, got loose.
You know, Michael, you were talking about how she's in the middle of the racetrack. We typically have always remembered running right up against the wall here, especially when you get into the race. I was talking to Ron Hornaday and his guys. He said, hey, the top groove's not there right now. For some reason, it's not. There's maybe some more sealer up there or something. They're not able to go as high as they have been.
Now check this out. She's wide open, Phil, and that thing just breaks loose. And fortunately, Jennifer kept her foot in the gas. It kept her out of the outside wall, and she found a nice little place to stop over there on the inside.
She's going to pedal the gas. Right there, she got hard in the throttle, and around it came. She's trying to get 675, 700 horsepower hooked up to that ground.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Phil. That's what it's what you got to appreciate at home. There's a lot of power underneath that right foot, and you want to get that gas down as soon as you can so you can get a good qualifying lap. She tried to squeeze it down, and the truck just wouldn't take it.
After catching her breath, she runs a 26.399 on lap number 2. That is second quick of the 2 that have been out on the racetrack. 36 trucks attempting to get into the race tonight. Qualifying continues here on Speed.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. Tonight, the trucks invade Indianapolis, get fired up as the world's toughest truckers head back to their short track roots, beating and banging under the lights. A little contact! The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Indianapolis, tonight at 7 Eastern, live on Speed. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
The Android-powered Casio G's1 Commando. Shock resistant, water resistant, life resistant.
Attention Medicare and insurance beneficiaries. Do health issues limit your mobility? Is it difficult to get to the bathroom on your own? Do you feel like a bother to others due to your lack of mobility? Have you fallen in the past 12 months? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you may qualify for a new power chair at little to no cost to you.
Hi, I'm Doug Harrison. If you're living with limited mobility, call the Scooter Store today. We're experts at getting you the power chair or scooter you need. I promise no other company will work harder to make you mobile or do more to ensure your total satisfaction, because making you mobile is our mission. We'll work with your doctor, Medicare, and your private insurance. So don't wait any longer. Call the Scooter Store today.
Call for your free mobility consultation and deck of large print playing cards right now. That's 1-800-523-4497.
Speed presentation of NASCAR Camping World Truck Series qualifying from Lucas Oil Raceway is brought to you by Camping World, Good Sam RV Club. Everything for the RV lifestyle, including RVs, accessories, warranties, insurance, roadside assistance, and more. Welcome back to Lucas Oil Raceway. Norm Benning just finishing his qualifying run, 24.30.
Norm got a little loose there on lap 2. Good pickup for him on lap 1 over practice.
How about that second lap, even with that little bobble, a half a second faster than lap number 1.
Big lap for Norm Benning. That could screw up your idea of having 15 different pole winners today.
Certainly fast for Norm. I like that out of him.
Let's go down to Ray.
Well, let's hear from Steve Harpen. He's driving the Mike's Hard Lemonade Chevy, and I heard you in practice say you were having trouble getting consistent laps on this track. Did it get better?
Yeah, it did. Our first practice, we were really inconsistent. It was just really unpredictable every lap. I didn't know if it was going to be loose, tight, but all the guys went to work between practice and made a lot of changes, and we're still pretty tight in second practice, and I just got the list of everything they changed, and I think it's pretty safe to say this thing's probably going to turn here in qualifying.
All right, so a long list from Doug George, and Steve's thinking maybe it'll be a little looser than it was in practice.
Well, and plus, you know, Rick, when he saw what happened to JJ, Jennifer Joe spinning around out there, Norm sideways, even though he ran a really fast lap, that's all information Steve's going to have to process and then match it up with what all his crew did to his truck. He will be a little bit nervous.
Ricky Moxley, second quick on his first lap at 24.505. In practice earlier, he ran a 24.404. So we'll see if he's able to pick it up on lap number 2. We Ricky Moxley, one of the drivers making their first start in the Camping World Truck Series.
That's about a couple tenths slower than Norm ran on lap 1, so we'll see what Ricky can do.
Picks it up on lap number 2, very close to knocking Norm off the top spot. 23.896 for Ricky Moxley. Big pickup.
Yeah, we're gonna knock Norm off this next truck, I think.
You think he's down?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
You're putting a lot of faith in Mike Garvey's hands right now as he rolls out onto the racetrack.
Mike Garvey's a great race car driver and won a lot of races, short track races in his career. So
Didn't he go out like early last week and hadn't even had a lap in his truck and put down a time that stood up for about 5 or 6 trucks?
Lost a drive shaft, I believe, in practice, didn't he? And then he went out there and ran a good lap in qualifying.
And that's a super speedway. You think of short tracks, you think of Mike Garvey. He knows how to get it done here.
We talked about the uniqueness of this racetrack, running right up against the wall. Normally you would think short track, try to get right down on that apron, but you don't see that, especially here in qualifying.
You know, that's what I was talking about when Jennifer spun out. You want to see all that room there, Rick? I promise you, when they throw the green flag, they're going to spread out 3 wide in the corners. They'll go all the way down low. It's really flat at the bottom, hard to get a hold of. In the middle of the track, you got a good amount of grip and a good amount of banking. And then usually, Phil, they slide right out next to the wall and they can go. But the drivers are talking downstairs that's not the case.
No outside groove like we normally see here, but that so much of that racetrack's too inviting. I mean, you got a guy in front of you, he's running up against the outside wall. There's a lot of room down there in the bottom, even though it's hard to make it work.
Garvey goes to the top of the charts, 23.717. So number 3 as far as leading the pack.
Good call, Phil. Fast lap there for Mike Garvey.
That's really more due to Mike Garvey than I think I had anything to do with it, but
Tommy Joe Martins will be next out onto the racetrack.
You know, the interesting thing, we talked about the multiple grooves and how inviting that track is down low, and you go down there. When you exit the corner, everybody wants to wind up in the same spot. You need to be right out next to that wall or as high as you can be, and that's when the action starts to pick up, when they get right about there. When they all start to merge off the corner, they sometimes merge into each other.
You make up a lot of ground on the bottom. You can pull alongside of somebody. You can even pull ahead of them. But as Michael said, it's really, really difficult because you're going to want to be in the same spot as that 42 truck is when he exits the corner, and you don't have the grip down there. It's a little bit flatter. If you come off the corner a little bit low, you don't have the grip that you do on the high side. It's extremely hard to get the power down to complete the pass.
A little bit loose coming out of turn number 4 for Tommy Joe Martins. His first lap, third quick, 23.849.
He's got a shot at maybe knocking Mike Garvey off the pole here. A little bit over a tenth of a second is what he has to pick up right now. We've seen a pretty good pickup out of a couple trucks so far.
That was 1/1000th of a second faster than Garvey's first lap. We'll see if he has a pickup similar to what Garvey had on his second lap. As he crosses the stripe to the top of the charts, he goes 23.538.
Good pickup for Tommy Joe. It's been a while since he's been in the series with us. Good to see him back.
Ray Dunlap.
Well, let's find out how the Gunbroker race truck was. What'd you learn in practice today?
Well, you know, the first practice we were the top 10, and the truck was pretty good. We lost a little bit the second practice, tried a few things, got a little too loose out there, and we just put it back to like we had it in first practice. We're pretty good.
I saw you had your Ferrari T-shirt on. What model do you have?
The same one you have.
I have a toy one on my shelf, guys. I don't think that counts.
I was going to say, is that the 16:1 diecast, that model?
That would be 16th scale.
96 of Todd Peck on the racetrack.
Todd's uncle Tom would have run here in the Busch Series back in the day.
Sporting that same number 96, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
We raced against Tom.
Sure did, yeah.
This is a lap that's fast for his first lap. That's as good as anyone has run. A little bit better, actually, than anyone on lap 1. So maybe Peck can jump to the top.
About 3/10 here. These guys have to qualify in sticker tires because this racetrack is less than a mile. I know some of the ARCA cars last night actually scuffed their tires a little bit.
Slow down, yeah.
First lap fastest for Peck is he goes 23.875 on his second lap. 23.812 will be his lap of record. Tommy Joe Martins is the quickest of the 7 that have been on the racetrack. Austin Dillon will be wanting to knock him off. Austin Dillon was second fastest in practice earlier today.
on an all-new episode of The Car Show, the original Batmobile, and we see how many hotties we can cram into a Mini Cooper.
This is where the show gets good.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Hold on, player.
What? Why? I can't watch my Eagles here. I've got cable.
Is that backside? Living room. Now. Watch and learn, young buck. It's on. Only DirecTV gives you your Eagles in every other game every Sunday right at home.
For real?
Do I look make-believe?
No. Wait,
Now NFL Sunday Ticket is included at no extra charge. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
The American Garage. The temple of the tune-up. The Taj Mahal of overhaul. More of them count on AutoZone parts than ever before. But parts are just part of what we do. Our trusted advice and helping hands approach is everywhere. So, whether it's his place, her place, or the pro's place, parts are just part of what we do.
Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
So?
It's only one Diet Mountain Dew left.
Love the taste of Diet Dew.
Race you for it. We could do that.
Hold on! The whole thing!
Bring it! Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain.
This tastes so good.
Show off!
Tonight, the biggest party in NASCAR hits high gear at the Brickyard. Tune in as A.J. Allmendinger joins the fun. Don't miss NASCAR trackside from Indy. That's tonight at 6 Eastern. Right here on